Lord here, where I am streaming Unity 2D 4X game creation again today. This is part 4 of a 600 million part series where we're going to create a 2D 4X game. So where we were at last time, and I'll hit play so you can see where we're at. I should have maximized it. Here, I'll unplay it. But tonight I'm going to use ChatGPT. I keep calling it GPL for some reason. So if you hear me call it ChatGPL, I'm talking about ChatGPT. And so currently we have this map with 4 counties. These are provinces, even though this is a state, where we don't have any camera controls yet, so it doesn't do any camera. We can't move the camera around. All we can do is see this part, this is Washington, this is Oregon. We can click on a state and it brings up the stuff. We can hit create army. The army is set to only appear here right now. And we can click on it and it will give us army information. Then we can right click and it will move to a province. The issue is that if you right click again, it gets broken and then it's just fucked. And I also noticed that if you do it, so I actually worked on this whoa, what do we got going on? Oh, I remember. I actually worked on this offline a little bit because I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I figured I basically fixed it mostly, but if you do it like mid-term, it really gets fucked up. So the issue is that it's when we click, it's confusing it, and sometimes it unconfuses it. And so that's definitely not what we want. But it's also not what we want at all, because I started thinking about it more, and what we actually want is it to be more like a paradox game. And when I say that, a paradox game, I mean a game with, I'm going to rename these while I talk here. I don't want county. I decided I don't want county at the end of this. I just wanted to say what state it's in. Can we put a comma in here without this thing freaking out? Oh, you can. Huh. I feel like that should freak it out. It's fine, though, I guess. We want it to be like a paradox game where it counts down, besides Stellaris, where it counts down a time, then this is Portland is not a county, by the way. I'm just calling it that because that's the county that's the name of the county we're doing. We want it to count down how long it takes for it to move, and then it to just move it suddenly. So think about when you're playing CK3, you right click on the province, you left click on the army you want to move, then you right click on the province and it goes to it. It doesn't immediately go there. It starts counting down a time, and then when the timer's up, it moves to the next province, and there's not much you can do about it at that point. And it does do a thing where it cuts off halfway. So we're going to want to do that too, where like halfway it will stop. You can't stop it. But in the current way we want it to work, because we want it to start a timer, and then if you right click in a different place, we want it to start the timer and stop the timer and start it again, unless you click on the starting province. Let's also change this province, Cowlitz here, to not be white. And once again, I don't know why this always appears over there. We'll make it like some sort of light blue here. Maybe not that light blue. Okay, maybe not light blue at all. We'll make it purple. And then I also made some more of these just because I kept thinking about this. I was about to say on my day off. God, fucking cat, man. This cat will not chill out here today. After I streamed this last time, I could not stop thinking about it, and I like that bug. And so I almost streamed it again like an hour later, but I decided just to fuck around with it offline. And I don't want to actually do that. I don't want to fuck around with things offline. Oh my God, kitty, shut up. Now you want out that door? I've been letting this cat in through the back door and out through the front door. In through the back door, out through and it won't stop. Now it's just staring at me. Okay, it's gone away. I wanted to try something as well. And we're going to get to ChatGPT soon. Because there's some ethical discussion about using AI and stuff, but I also wanted to show ChatGPT because one of my friends pointed out to me in between the last stream and this one, and one of our mutual, because we have a Discord server, one of our mutual friends in between that was very upset about it because he's just like, this shit is going to make me lose, because he's a developer. He's like, I'm going to be out of a job because of this shit. And I don't think that's true, and I think we'll see that here when we use it. So I'm going to change this sprite actually to this one. I just want to see. Is that it right there? That little tiny guy? I just want to see how this works. Now it's right here. Okay, this should just slot in right here. This was the thing I wanted to check. I was curious if the polygon collider would automatically update to fit, but it doesn't see. It's still the same shape over here. So we'll remove it and re-add a new one. And that should do the trick. We also don't want this to be brown. We want it to be some other color. What do I have down on my list here? We have like a bunch of red. This is for, I use this in a different. What about this gross color? Oh man, that is gross. It's like peach. Peach colored. The other thing, remember, we don't want to do, what's going on here? We don't want it to be exactly against it because we want it to be, there to be a border. But that's actually the first thing. We can look at ChatGPT now because this is, so I started Googling. I was like, there has to be an online site that just allows you to outline a fucking image. And I did some of them and they're terrible. That isn't one of them. I did some of them and they were terrible. So let's talk about ChatGPT before we get going. And we're gonna try to fix that movement thing, but we're gonna need to put a clock first. And so we need to set up a clock, and that clock will count down, and then it will actually move. But once it's done counting down, we won't have any control to stop it. It will just move, but it will happen quickly. And we can make this on this guy here. We can make this bigger. This being, I'm like zoomed in slightly is why this looks weird. This being the Create Army. We can make this look bigger, and eventually we'll have this animated. So all of this will be look at these little spots. Huh. We'll have to fix that. Those are where I got rid of the names of the counties in Paint. But we'll probably get it. Well, not probably. We will have to get an artist at some point to help us with this because we want it to be kind of like 2.5D, where it looks, you're looking at it kind of like an angle, not necessarily like not as animated as whatchamacallit, CK3 or those, because that's ridiculous to try to match that kind of. They have the money and the power for that. We just need a little bit of money to get better, art. So we'll hire somebody eventually. That's 5 years out, but we'll go for the art. Man, I can't believe those little things. That annoys me so much. Anyways, back to ChatGPT. So I've been asking it a bunch of questions. Like one of the questions I asked it was, how do you move a game object? So this is an AI, by the way, and so you can we'll get to it. So we'll just look first. I said, hey, how do you move a game? How to move? So this is exactly what I wrote. Right, how to move a game object to another spot in C#. And so it actually knew I was talking about Unity even without me telling it was Unity. And this is my first question. They go up this way. So this is kind of interesting. It's telling me, hey, this is the way you do it, vector 3, blah, 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 because I didn't tell it vector or 2D. And then I said down here, I said, what about 2D? It said, oh, okay, here's how you do it with 2D. And then I said, I also wanted to slow down when it gets near its destination. So it actually wrote a different way to do it than smooth damp. It said, if the distance is greater than stopping distance, we wanted to float movement. I don't know what it's doing. So that it doesn't, I assume this is correct, but that's the other thing with this is, the movement is speed times delta time. And then we want it to move towards target stopping movements. If it's greater than what is it? It's really going to stop. The script will move the game object. So this is it. So it explains what it does towards the target position at speed until units per second. It will slow down as it gets closer to the position. Will stop moving at 0.1. So anyways, then I said, what about fixed delta time? And then it actually, says, hey, you should probably, it's telling you to use fixed delta time, long story short, sort of. And then I said, what, could I use smooth damp instead of the other thing you suggested? So I'm not even putting very good sentences in here. And it says, yeah, you could use this math.smooth damp to do it. So here's the thing that we're currently using, and looks pretty much exactly like this. And so I asked it a bunch of questions. This is my favorite question I ask it. I asked it, what the fuck is this thing? and C sharp. Because remember in that other video, I didn't know what this is, and this actually explained me what it was, and so I actually understand what this little thing is now. I've Googled this before, but this symbols throw off Google. It doesn't, like, it gets confused. Google does. So, you get weird Stack Overflow replies to this, but this actually just it says right here, it's a placeholder. So I think, so at this point, well, we'll get to it. So here's a clock. I asked it to write a clock because we already had a clock. I was like, hey, write a clock in C sharp. And here it is. It's doing a clock. It's doing pretty similar. See, it's putting the string, the way we're doing two string things, very similar. How long is time dot delta time? And it's like, hey, it's every frame. How long is fixed delta time? And it tells you that it's 20 microseconds. So these are all like basic questions I had. Then I'm a big sci-fi guy. So I asked it what is the best Roger Zelazny book, and it says, hey, it's highly subjective. And it's funny, is Lord of Light is one of my favorite books. So of his, and just in general. So of Roger Zelazny. So it's pulling this information from somewhere. This thing doesn't have connection to the internet. So like I asked another question, can you give me pictures? And it just said like, nah, no. But so then I messaged one of my friends because I was thinking, I bet you this has more IT bin to it. They've been pouring probably IT and stuff in. So my friend does makeup videos, and I messaged her and I said, give me a question to ask this chatbot AI thing. And she said, ask it what a cut crease is. So I guess this is a cut crease is a makeup technique, whatever. I don't wear much makeup. Oh, I like joking with myself. No, I can't tell if it's funny or not. Anyways, I don't wear makeup. I mean, sure, might as well. So that's what that is, and it actually relabels it. So my question was, what is a cut crease? And it relabeled it to makeup techniques. So some other questions, I asked it like, hey, just create me a game, and it's like, no, I can't do that. First you need to install Unity and set up 2D project, and it's like that I can help you. And then I was just thinking later, I was like, you know what? We could do this movement without, so in our game, if we go back to here, in our game, we're going to use this clock script, timekeeper script, to keep track of the time that is up here. It's not there right now because it's not in play. We're going to keep track of that. Where was my UI canvas? These are both up because of some weird thing I did. Some half-ass bullshit that I did. So we're going to keep track of the time with, let's pull up this script actually, so we can look at this script, timekeeper. I should have pulled this up ahead of time, but I wasn't paying attention to it. Pulled up some other stuff. It takes so long for Unity to load that I pulled up Unity, and then I made a backup of this project because I was fucking around with it. And what we're actually going to follow the steps that this AI tells us in a second, just out of curiosity. So in our timekeeper script, we have, it's keeping track of seconds, and we're doing time. Oh, and it also explained to me why we want this to be fixed delta time. So I'm actually learning stuff from this by putting in these questions. So we can take this part out. You have booby trip, when it breaks, turn it to fixed delta time. So fixed delta time, we want that to be we want this to, if we were just getting delta time, then it would be unreliable because of the frame rate, which I already knew that with fixed update, but for some reason it never clicked in my brain that you would want it down here as well. So that's why we want that as fixed delta time. It'll also pause when we pause stuff if it's on fixed delta time. But so this is how we're doing on clock. It's just it's multiplying this to give us seconds, and then it counts the seconds down, and we put it in that format, this isn't exactly the same as the way that the chatbot wanted us to do it. But if we look back to here, it's similar. Elapsed time is greater than target time. So this is the 5 minutes is passive, and so it's just taking delta time and adding elapsed time plus delta time. That's actually a more elegant way to write it. And so I was thinking though, so that was the clock too, but I was thinking, you know what? I don't think we want it to actually have to reference this clock, because so remember we're gonna have, like, let's say it takes 5 minutes for the unit to sit there, and then it will move. So originally I was like, we should probably have it reference this clock and then count off the time, which might be a good idea. You know, we want to keep that. We want. So we would keep track. We would take a snapshot, not a snapshot. We would have a variable that would say what time it is, and then we would add 5 minutes to that, and then when the time got to there, uh, we would actually that might be the way we'll do it still. We would set up a variable that has the time, and then when the time gets to there, that the thing moves forward. The army unit moves forward. So we'd have a variable with the current time, and then after we'd add 5 minutes to it, and we'd say, once this gets to here, move the thing. Or I was thinking we could do a coroutine, and I've never actually written a coroutine. So I was like, maybe we should just try it with a coroutine. And so that's why I asked it. I need a coroutine unit that keeps track of 5 minutes and uses an I enumerator, and I didn't even spell it right. And it told me how to do it. So there is some questions I had. So like while true, that confuses me why that would be while true. But I want to do this. I want to try this out. So then I also started Devils Speak in Pathfinder. I was playing a Pathfinder game, and I was curious what it would. So Pathfinder 1E's rules are written like shit. They're just awful. And I know if you're a big Pathfinder 1E person, you're probably, fuck you. Pathfinder 1E's the best thing ever. They're written so terribly. And so it just leads to all these arguments. And you can actually go online and find, like, every rule in Pathfinder 1E just has these people arguing over what the fuck their rules mean. I don't think there's a single rule. I'm obviously exaggerating slightly. But anyway, so I was just curious. I was like, hey, what races speak Abyssal? And it doesn't actually tell me, but what are devils, Grindel, how's it going? It actually tells you that they're creatures native to the abyss. You think that's unlikely? I've already ran into some diehard Pathfinder 1 people. So anyways, it says it's people who live in the abyss, but it doesn't tell me specifically which devils. So that's what I wanted. I was putting some devils in my game, and I wanted to see if I couldn't remember what their other. I didn't think they speak Abyssal. I thought they spoke another one, and they do. They speak Infernal, but I couldn't remember. So I was just curious and asked it. So then I also wanted like a list of the dinosaurs that could be mounts in Pathfinder 1. It doesn't know that. It just gave me some bullshit answer. And it's impossible to find. Like if you Google Pathfinder 1E dinosaur mounts, I just want a fucking list, man. Dinosaur mounts? It's just people arguing about this shit. Quick question about dinosaur mounts. Oh, this is for the video game. You get that too. So I want to write a dinosaur. This guy posted like everywhere. I want my paladin. This is the same guy. I'm pretty sure. Oh, these are 3 years apart. Let's hope he figured this out in 3 years. So just these dudes arguing. I just want a fucking list of rideable dinosaurs. So I knew I couldn't find that Googling it. So I asked the thing, and it doesn't know. So then me and my friend were IT guys, and we were all looking at this, and I said, hey, let's ask it why is my computer slow? Because that's a standard IT question. It does give you some legitimate troubleshooting things. Help running a Pathfinder game. I said, hey, can you run a Pathfinder 1E game for me? So it relabels these things. And I was just seeing if it would do it. And it's like, I want you to be the GM. And it's like, nah. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Remember, it doesn't have feelings, so we can make fun of it. And then if you drop a weapon, do you get an attack of opportunity? It's like, I don't know, man. What? This is wrong, by the way. This is a straight up wrong answer. Unless probably you went onto a thing. So in heat metal, because I was looking this up, the object actually can take the saving throw. So this is wrong. So and then I ask it how an object makes the same throw. This says the affected creature makes it, which it can, but the object could also. Unless I didn't read this whole thing. No. So then I asked it this, whatever. So we're almost done with checking this out, but I wanted to look at this. I wanted to follow these outline instructions exactly and see what happens. So this chatbot hasn't gotten any new information since 2021. So sorry, Grandel, I just thought of something. What is your preferred pen and paper RPG to DM? This has been the new thing. And if you see this on YouTube, you can this is me waving at YouTube behind me. You can also comment that. Earth Dawn. I'm gonna put a note. Look at Earth Dawn RPG. I won't know what that is until later. Anyway, so I also am running a first edition basic D&D game. So it says in the basic D&D game that magic users can use daggers only. That's it. They just get daggers. And so the player who is playing a magic user was like, "Can I throw a dagger?" And I was like, "Sure." But then it doesn't specifically say. And so I was wondering, and this is some a magic user spellcaster is able to use their magical powers to throw a dagger as a ranged attack. That doesn't really answer the question. And then then I would just, how far? Oh, one of my players, this is while we were playing, he said, how far can I throw this other player? And I was like, huh. I don't know. Let's ask the bot. So it actually, these are the correct rules. So so this is like a good helper. But anyways, let's check out this Unity, how to outline a sprite. I feel like this should be really easy. So I asked this right before we wanted. All right, let me copy this link. Oh, I can't. Let me click on this link. Oh, let me click on this link that someone in chat put. So I feel like Earth Dawn is something I heard about 30 years ago. That would be the case. All right, I'm going to leave this up. We're going to go back to this thing. And I'm going to move this over to this side so we can look at Unity. And we're going to use this copy because I don't want to install more packages unless necessary in the Unity that we're actually doing the game in. And since this is a test run and we don't know if this fucking chatbot is lying to me or full of shit. And once again, it's okay to make fun of the chatbot because it doesn't have feelings. And once again, I don't understand why every goddamn sci-fi show makes their robots have feelings. Why you give them feelings? Just don't give them feelings and everything will be fine. Okay. And we will get into, Grindel, you're an IT guy. I'm going to ask chat here. And anyone else in chat can answer as well. Do you feel like ChatGPT or anything else is going to steal your job? That's what I've heard, is that people are scared of it. And I don't think it's there yet, and I don't think it's going to happen soon. So let's go to this outline thing. It says step 1, import the Unity post-processing stack package into your project. So post-processing, we're going to go to package manager. We're going to go to Unity register, and it says post-processing. I actually think we're going to use post-processing later anyways. I didn't say if this was a 2D sprite. Let's ask it. It does kind of like type funny. Like sometimes it'll have long pauses. You make sure the camera is set to render 2D graphics. You can do this by the projection. Yeah. It likes to do this too. Then follow the steps I provided in my previous message. Just like, dude, don't be passive aggressive at me, motherfucker. Keep in mind the outline. So Grindel says not. He doesn't think so yet. I don't think so. It will either. For a long time. Anyways, we're importing this thing. It's doing something. It's freaking out. It's having a freak out. That's normal for Unity, though. So this is at the beginning of the thing, I said we would discuss the ethics of this whole concept, and I guess we'll just jump into it while we wait for this to do its thing. It's going to be brief, but so AI art is the other thing that a lot of people have been like saying is bad. And I actually was talking to a developer of a video game recently, and he's asked my opinion on his game, and I said, you absolutely have to have pictures on these one parts. It's just like a big blank empty screen with some text on the side. He's like, we don't have the money to pay an artist, so that's a good idea. So we'll use AI art to generate that art. And I didn't think about it when I was discussing it with him, but like the next day, I was kind of like, huh, I don't know if I think that's a good idea. I think that's kind of shitty. We got some weird console bug. Oh, we don't care about that. This is just some test thing. That it seems like if you're taking some, so this is the thing. I don't think GPT is going to be taking anyone's job soon. And as a learning tool, it's actually helped me, and I've only used it for 30 minutes. But AI art is like a different kind of feeling to me because I feel like that's going to take people's jobs. Like there's an example right there. Is that developer doesn't want to pay someone; they just want the free art. And I don't think that AI art is very good. Other people have been saying like, "Oh, it's amazing! Look at that shit." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" We have to go back to. All right, so this guy says, or this thing. Uh, all hail our robot overlords, by the way, just for when the time comes. Create a new material for the outline. Okay, assets, create material. We're going to do a new folder. Materials. We go in here. We need a material. I haven't created a material in like a year. Here we go. Create material. Here's a outline material. I don't think it, can I put a color on this thing? Apply the new material. Apply the new material to your sprite by selecting the sprite in the hierarchy and dropping the material onto the material field in the inspector. We will use this white province, which is cowlitz. You want me to drop this on here? We'll do it. Where? I'll just drop it this way. Will it really do it? It did. Here's this material. Next step. Add the outline component to drag the material onto the material field in the inspector. Add the outline component to your camera by going to game objects, post-processing outline. We're going to change this camera around. What it's talking about earlier in the 2D question is this. And we already have it, orthographic or something. What did you want me to do? Some sort of outline thing? Add the outline component. Add the outline component by going to game nope, it's not this way. Game object, post-processing. Let's see, no post-processing. It's wrong. It is outdated by a year. Game object, there's nothing there. How about over here? Unless I'm not seeing it. Add the outline component to your camera by going to game object, post-processing. Did I just did I not install that thing? Let's double check. Post-processing. It's been installed. Post-processing layer? No, I need something else. I think it's confused. Let's try to clarify this. Oh wait. Set to render 2D graphic in the projection mode, and then follow the steps. Keep in mind that so it will be applied after the sprite has been rendered. This means it will apply on top of the sprite rather than at the edges of the sprite. As a result, the outline may not appear exactly as you expect if it's transparent. It's not transparent or anti-aliasing. Does this work with 2D URP? You don't have to put punctuation in here. You know what? Let's just ask it. Let's say, hey, the post-processing thing is here. You're already leaving, huh? Grinnell, you have a good dinner. To Alan, you need to make sure that you have the Unity post-processing stack packaging installed, and that you're by setting. Yeah, we already then follow the steps. Keep in mind the outline effect is post-processing, so we'll apply it after. I think there's another way to do this. Let's ask it. Let's see what it says. I'm just curious. I would Google this actually, but since we're using this thing, let's ask it. Post processing under game objects is missing. If you don't see the under the game object, it may be because the unit is not installed. And to install the package, I already did that. Oh, you should see. Oh no, I lied. I went oh for no reason. That was my lie. And it's possible there's an issue with your Unity installation. In this case, you may want to reinstall. Yeah, that's not. It's because it's outdated too. Whoops. What are you doing? On the wrong copy. Like I said, I didn't want to install the post-processing thing on a. They may have just moved it to like component or something. UI, visual scripting. Let's double check my thing. Maybe there's still like I'm pretty sure it's there. It's installed. Physics is there. Unity in project. So let's make sure. Oh, maybe I have to do it from here. Maybe that is the issue. No. It's probably just moved it somewhere. 2D object. So I've used post processing volume. It's under light. Particle system. So I've used the post processing before for lighting effects. It's not going to be there, but it was a long time ago. Particle systems. Wish you could search on here. When I first installed URP or whatever the fuck it's called, it actually everything was named wrong. Like literally everything was named wrong. And so I had to go through and like it was really hard to find because it was changing. Like I would find a new video and the new video, like a 6-month-old video, I'd find that and it would have a different name for it. Then I would find a 3-month-old video and have a different name for that. I feel like this isn't turned on, is what I'm feeling here. Let's see. Let's go to preferences and let's see what this brings up. Post processing. Does this other one have that option where we haven't installed that? I went to properties. Preferences. So it's definitely installed on the other one. Let's Google it. Unity 2D URP post processing missing. This is an old one. Oh, I'm supposed to put it on this part? You need to clarify yourself there, buddy. Post processing is a checkbox there. Is that what it's talking about? Apply the new material, add the outline in the outline. No. To your camera by going Game object post-processing outline. I think it's wrong, is what I think. And we want it, it's vaguely coming back to me where this post-processing thing. I used the post-processing volume is what I used, which is a different thing. That is what I used. I really want to use, what is this thing? Does it put a thing down here? Let's look. Packages, it probably does. Post-processing, license package, what does this tell us? Uh, Unity 2019.4, it should work. Maybe let's skip that step. Classic IT move. Just skip that step. Who gives a shit? Outline component to your camera. And the outline, set the mode to out. Now this has to be on there. But why would, so it would just be that one material? Maybe there's another spot. Because I would like to have the outline to work easily. I would really like the outline to work very easily. I wonder, can we have more than one material? And I vaguely remember you had to have it on the lights too. If we can't do it, we'll just skip this and do something else. 2D object. Visual scripting, scene variables. Don't ever click the visual scripting thing unless you want to use it and you want to have everything go much slower. So there is an outline thing. There's this. Affect color, affect distance, use alpha, but this doesn't actually do anything. What did we stuck it on cowlets. We could change this like 10 and -10. Why isn't tab working for me? -10. This is for like UI outline stuff. Let's Google this and see maybe. I'm gonna remove that. Let's see if we can go back to finding this in a different. What does this guy say? You should read the manual first. You need to add a volume script to the object like your camera. Make it so that you can see it. Volume also needs a profile. That's where your post-processing. Okay, let's change this. Post-processing outline sprite. Shader graph? What is this shit? Limitation of this approach you have already seen. You won't get outlines around corners. Sometimes they're desirable. I don't want to watch your video, dude. Bundled with this script work by duplicating the UI for 4 times. Tinting the duplicate. There's a limitation. Let's start by creating a brand new shader graph by going to create 2D render light shader graph. You can also use a sprite unlit graph. Light appraise and everything in the tutorial work the same. Make sure you have a sprite render in the scene. Oh, this is that thing. So this is the way that Brecky? Yeah, in fact, I think this is, he took this from the Brecky thing. I want to do this a different. Sprite outliner shader. This is just going to be some asset. I mean, we just need it very basic. Created both a sprite inner and outline. Oh, he's using a script for this? You know what it could also be? Let's close this copy. Sometimes, occasionally, Unity requires you to like restart it, and it doesn't usually tell you that that's what it wants. It's kind of a weird thing. It's a little touchy sometimes. We're gonna fire this puppy up here again. More than sometimes, it's regularly touchy. Yeah, I don't want to write a script for it. That's the whole point of this is laziness. I mean, we could write a script. Official outline effect works on URP. Hey, I want to make out, which will allow getting the render to have outline, enable it with a, yeah, like this guy. Oh, this is the one. So I installed this and it didn't work anymore. It's too old. Or I have to fuck with it. I don't want to fuck with it. How can I have an outline? Yeah, like that. And the Unity sheet I made for that, it copies as a, is it possible to use for spine and how, what the fuck is spine? Okay, so this is some other software form. Spine Universal RDP. Oh, wait, what was this post-processing one? Did this finish? Game object. Pixel perfect camera. All right, let's read these instructions again. Sometimes I just skip through the instructions. Once the package, you should in the game object menu. Once again, this bot has not been updated since its knowledge hasn't been updated. I don't see post processing unless I'm just like missing it. We've been through every one of these. It's either gotten it. You know, they did move stuff to different spots. Like I said earlier, inputs, events. We might have to skip this. I mean, I had not planned to do that, to fucking around with the outlines tonight anyways. I just thought of it right before I started screaming. Ah! I don't see it. I guess we're only halfway there. Rendering, post-processing layer, volume. Let's do a layer. Where did that go? Layer? Oh, it's that type of layer, huh? We could do that. Let's say, let's trigger is this camera. I don't see a. I don't really want to do anti-aliasing right now. I don't want to fuck with that. What's my other option? There was another post-processing option. Debug, layer, and volume. Let's look at this volume one more time. Because it's basically saying that you can add an effect. Motion blur, bloom, color, depth of field, grain. No, I don't want any of those. All right, I guess we'll skip it for now. And we'll go, so it's on my list, you know, we have this whole thing going here, but I was like, oh man, if it's really that easy, I'll be so stoked, and it was not that easy. I should have known that it would not be that easy. We have this whole thing here. I thought I made this dark. Actually, I want projects. We get, so this is what we're working on, and I have this listed somewhere, way down on somewhere, don't I? Zoom, That's gonna be like a lot of testing, but it shouldn't be that hard. I've done it before. These are for glow. We want that to glow. Province and county outlines. Yeah, so we want that is already on our list. So I was hoping that this thing. So there we go. Chat. I'm gonna keep asking it. Whoops, not this thing. This is wrong, or something is wrong. Let's look at. I'm gonna read it one more time, because maybe, like I said, we created a material. Apply the new material to your sprite by selecting the sprite in the hierarchy and dragging the material. That all worked. Add the outline component to your camera by going to game object post-processing outline. And I don't have that. Let's go back to the real one here. This is the one we are. Wait, maybe I was looking at the wrong one. Is that what's happening this whole time? I've been looking at the wrong one? No. So it thinks that they're. Well, what happens if I put a camera? I'm just going to stick a camera down here. So I think what it's trying to say is we need like a post-processing game object in here. But it doesn't seem to. Let's see if I tell it. I'm going to say I am using it, Unity 20, whoops, point 1. Features have been entered the core engine and have no longer available as a separate package. I just install it. Installed it. See, you can use the post-processing volume. Jesus Christ. I mean, I know I didn't say the version I was using. How does it know this? This didn't come out in 2021. To create a new, oh good God. In 2022.1, oh, is it point 1 or am I on point 2? I am on point 2.1. Okay, so I've been integrated into that. Well, you told me to install that. That's why I didn't do it on that. We can do it on this one then. Create a new. Here's a brief over how to use it to add an outline effect into a sprite. I seriously doubt this is gonna work. You can use the post-processing volume component in the post-processing profile asset. Create a post-processing profile asset by going to asset, create post-processing profile. Let's actually roll this back. It suddenly got worried. I was like, what happens if I, this fucks something up? Like I shouldn't be worried about that. We'll remove this because we should. We don't want to fuck up our game and have to debug our fucked up game already. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to movement. I really want to fix this movement though. We could just do it off the clock. So the reason why we wouldn't want to do it off the clock, so the clock is set currently, that timer that's going, we can adjust by just changing the variable of ticks, which will adjust because we don't really know how fast we want the game to go yet. Yeah, we might just use the clock. Anyways, we'll deal with that later. So I took that away. Now what's it telling me to do? It says create a new asset, create post profiling, create. Got a lot of choices here. Create a what? Legacy. Cube map. Search? Wait, you can search? No, I got all excited for a second there. What did it tell? I'm going to move this over. I can't. My brain doesn't work that well anymore. And I need to assets, create post process on the top menu. Yeah, when it's talking about the top menu at the top there that we've already volume profile. Is that a post processing volume profile? Where did that go? Oh, it's down here. What is this? This is interesting. This doesn't have outline on it though. This isn't what we want though. This is a new volume. Or it could be what we want, but we'll delete it for now. What does it say? Assets, create. Prefab, audio light, lens, animator controller. We don't need any of that physics material. In the top, I don't see that thing either. These, I should, oh wait, what do we got here? Rendering? What is this one? It has a weird name, but that's actually kind of normal with this. Okay, I can't open it though. Get out of here. Will it let me delete it? Sometimes it won't let you delete that shit either. Create, no. Assets, create. Let's tell it. Actually, I am using 2022.2.1. No longer to use you can use this is the same, it's telling me the same thing. It's create a new post-processing profile asset by going to asset create post-processing profile. I'm curious why there's no, like when I Google this, nothing shows up with this option. Like no one's saying, hey, this is the way you should do it. Unity, outline, sprite, 2D, URP, post-processing. I mean, I guess this guy, give your sprites outline in Unity shader graph. I think that's the same thing. Outline post-processing. This is like a year ago. Transfer to passing the texture in the sampler. Like this should be filled. These are all like, these are free things. Like that, this line would work if it was thicker. Anything is possible. It can be done as a post-processing effect. The image effect will do edge detection on the scene color. There's no I recommend using this article, and the article uses own depth normal prepass. This can be handled by using the configure. I tried to move, but I can't. Do you guys have any way to make it that it doesn't hit the sprites? So normal prepass. So yeah, it's I'm very curious why this is so. I don't see this create. We can put that thing back. That package. Am I on the right one? You figure it wouldn't let you install something that you don't need. That isn't required. Like if it's already in there. But this does say it comes with the images and effects, and that didn't have outline. I find it hard to believe that Unity doesn't have a really way to outline shit. And I'll tell you why, and you'll see. I'll show you why here. If I go to my scene and I click on this, it gives me a fucking outline. It has to. There has to be a way to do this really easily. I mean, it's already in there. Okay, what were we doing? Assets create. I'm just making sure it's not in some weird spot. We just reinstalled that post-processing thing. Post-processing profile. So you do have to install it. Okay, outline. You do have to install that thing. Add effect. Unity, yes. We want an outline. I would like an outline. Auto bloom, depth of field grain, motion blur, screen space reflections, vignette. All right, we got past the first step. And select outline from the list. There is no outline in this list, you son of a bitch. Auto exposure, bloom, chromatic aberration. What does that give us? We might add a couple of these in and see. Depth of field, grain, lens distortion, motion blur. What is this? Screen space reflection. Oh, all you get is an on and off. Does it? How do I know what it's doing? Doesn't look like it's doing this. This effect doesn't work with scriptable render pipelines yet. And is that something I should worry about? This is why I stay on the cutting edge, just to make my life more interesting. Color gradient? That's not going to do what I want. Saturation, contrast. How is it? How's an hour already passed? Like, this is cool. I want you to be removed. What happened here? This. I can't. It's now that I added it. It's there. You're like, hey, now you're mine. You can't get rid of it. All right. That's why we have this test thing. Motion blur. It's definitely not lens distortion. Depth of field. Vignette. I don't know what that is. Roundness, rounded, smoothness. We don't have a I put it on callets. We'd put a material on here. It's just white though. Intensity. All right, this isn't gonna work. Let's delete this thing. We found our thing though, so it does have to be on there. I have to just remember this. I'm gonna tell it that it's wrong because fuck this thing. In 20, in Unity 2022.2.1, the processing package does need to be installed. I don't want to call it a dumb motherfucker because I didn't want to call it a dumb motherfucker because somebody's gonna read these, maybe. So it's lying to me. I apologize for my Oh no, I guess it's not lying. Yeah, I did that. You can use that. It doesn't. The outline is missing. Line isn't an option. I don't have an earlier. I was gonna say I wish I could pop up a. Oh, I hear it's going to give me another option. Use a shader to draw an outline around the sprite. You can create a custom shader that adds an outline to your sprite. This approach will give you the most control over the appearance of the outline. But yeah, I don't want to do shaders because I'm lazy. Use sprite outline. There's several assets. The ones I tried didn't work. If you can use that. I'm using that. This approach is similar to the one I described, but it requires a different set of post-processing tools. We're just going to be doing this all night long. This is the joy of programming. I actually really like programming. I don't know. I get burned out, but I get burned out on everything. Let's do, where was that thing? It was under asset. No, it was under asset creates post-processing profile. Okay, is there a URP thing? Because what was this shit talker saying? If you're using the URP, so and basically everything that I read always says like use the URP. I mean, besides chatbots, you can use that URP processing stack. Let's see if we got a different one to install. One of these days, URP. Is it UPR? URP. No, that brings up nothing. We're looking at the. Would there be another post-processing stack? Calling it a stack. Doesn't tell me much here. Let's Google it and see what it says. Oh, can I downvote this thing? I think they want you to downvote when it's wrong. This isn't true. I don't know if someone will look at that. Anyways, Unity is post-processing missing outline. Is this the same shit? This is the same one. So this is the thing I try to get to work. How can you implement it? I know a class way to enter with a. Oh no, this is the same one where this guy wrote. Two types of the first one would not be seen, the other one. Oh, this is not. I saw those links up there, and I thought this is the. We plan to use a shader for tune shaders done in shader graph, and if I disable the stencil pass, it should also be. The only problem is baking the vertex colors in the mesh. I've used Blender. Is there anything that's for lazy people? I'm Fabian, 3D artist, very interested by NPR's rendering since the past. Official thread, card on the network. This is all above my skill level here. Subscribing, I did find a bit of work. What are we searching here? Why isn't processing working? This is so old though. I know 2020 doesn't seem that long ago, but it is in Unity terms. Things are changing all the time. URP includes its own post-processing solution, which Unity installs when you create a project using URP. For information, let's look at this thing. So the good thing with like this not working, obviously it would be nice if it did, but if it worked really fast. Oh, look, it says that it doesn't work with that. Well, then why the fuck did you let me install it? This is version 2. If you use URP, it's not necessary to install it. Uses the volume framework. Okay, fucking remove you again. Now I told the bot it was wrong, and maybe it wasn't wrong. Stupid fucking bot. No, wait. Stupid fucking human. Now I feel bad for the bot. It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't matter. Like every goddamn TV show, movie. Westworld. Why did they give those things feelings? I know that's like the whole plot of Westworld, but no. Don't do that. Okay, it's saying we use this volume thing. So let's add a volume thing back. Did I leave this over here? Well, it's saying something about volume. Before stack bundles. Physics Raycaster. Okay. Let's look at this volume thing. Post-processing. Oh, but then it's gone. Maybe I have to turn it on or something. Use the volume for the image below shows a scene without URP, does not support pros with and without. How to configure using this is a pretty good tutorial or setup. This is not the usual way that Unity works. I mean, not tutorial. I guess it's a tutorial. It is a tutorial. In the template scene, see the post in the scene. Post-processing volume. So that's the thing we already saw earlier. That was like under somewhere. It was just like some volume button. Was it a game object? It was. Volume. Global. Box. Sphere. We'll do global. Is this? No, this is volume like. Oh, maybe it isn't. I was thinking this is volume like. Let's see. It says different options. No, this is not. So I was thinking volume, like sound volume for a second. A Panini projection. We use these scanners at work, and all of their drivers are Panini. So this is what we want. Add override. Is that what I clicked? It is what I clicked. Bloom, channel mixture, color adjuster. None of this doesn't have outline. Split tone. Tone mapping. Color curves, color lookup. All right, let's do this. Can we put a different? Oh no, I created this profile. Can we? What is an override? Oh, this is the same. This is the same shit. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. We might have to uh, put this on the back burner for a bit. That's fine. I mean, that was never the plan in the first. I was just like, man, if this chat thing really tells me the way to do this, it looks like it's like 5 steps. We'll just do these 5 steps real quick. And I should know because I work in IT that this is going to take 5 minutes is always bullshit. It's never just going to take 5 minutes. It's going to take 5 fucking hours. So maybe let me think, but I think we'll probably skip this and go back to the army, the unit movement, army unit movement something. All right, and we will ask that we'll keep asking the chat thing. I don't want this. I'm gonna move this so that this has more color behind it. There we go. Zoom that out a little bit. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me turn on my break timer. Let me also clear this thing because it's annoying me that there's a warning right there. A warning right there that doesn't matter. And I'm gonna check my. I know I mentioned this. There was a. I watched somebody streaming, and his whole stream was him looking at his phone, and I thought it was so weird. And he had like 900 viewers or something. I feel like there's one of these should be it. Let's go back to our little Google thing. We haven't given up yet. I hate giving up on stuff. Configuring the camera. We just click that box. Global volume. I already have this global volume thing here. I thought, oh no, that's the light thing. This global volume thing we can move up there though. I would like to. Now you can adjust the post-processing and URP for mobile devices, for VR. What about, let's go back. What we want here. I'm shocked that that thing was so high quality. Usually they're just a big wall of text. Okay, so here's some options. None of them have outline. I wonder why they took out, maybe outlines under something else, you know. We do want fog eventually. For fog of war. Channel mixer, bloom, auto exposure, anti-aliasing, not exposed to ambient light, channel mixer, disperses color along the boundaries. Effect disperses colors along the boundaries between dark and light areas of the image. Color adjustment lets you adjust specific range or luminosity, depth of field, grain, like caused by the effects of a real world camera lens. We don't want that. Lift to form three-way color grading. Motion blur, we don't want that. The Panini projection effect corrects distortion of the, no, we don't want that. Wet floor, we don't want that. Affects maps two different tones in your image to specific colors. I would like it on the outside of my image. The dark effect darkens the edge of an image. So let's try that. Let's see what that does. How do we do that? Add post-processing. Color, black. Center. Intensity. Turn that fucker all the way up. Smoothest. I think we have to turn this post-processing thing on here. Whoa! Well, we know it does something at least. It's like you're looking through a person just waking up. That's like the thing. Huh. We know that works, so we could, what does roundness do? Oh, it makes it more round. We don't want this one though. Remove. Remove, please. I saw it here. Remove. I don't think any of these are going to do what we want. Channel mixer. Red, green, blue. All right, let's just delete this thing. We'll move on to the next. It's on our list, and we learned something. And maybe it will percolate in my brain, and I'll be like, oh, wait, there's another way. Lines, trails, what's this? Line renderer component. What is this? Oh. Two or more points in a 3D space. Affects line. I mean, it is a line. It's just that it's a trailer render. Is this part of post-processing? Post-processing's still on here, isn't it? Or did I just turn it off? I left it checked, though. Render shadows. We don't have any shadows. Let's go to this thing. I don't think this is what we want. Oh, we got an outline. Oh, no, that was that material. Line. What is this? Line renderer. Whoops. Why doesn't this thing seem to do anything? What is this? This is on callets, which is white. I mean, black should be pretty. Yeah, I don't see it doing anything. Let's remove it anyways. Scene render, pipeline, line render, width. Is this a slidey thing? Where is this? Where is this line that we have? Tolerance, scene tool, wireframe. I don't see it. What is this button? Mouse position, physical raycaster, everything. Yeah. I don't think this is what we want. A loop, size to. Oh, we would have to put in these things. Fuck you. Like I said, laziness is my supreme thing. We can get rid of this too. We don't need this here. All right. Well, I just thought of something about the next step. I was like, wait, could we? I want to remove this component. What did I do here? Oh, well, I can't get rid of this component. That's okay. That's because it's here. None. Wait. What was it before? Oh, it's a sprite lit. Yeah, we definitely want that. So you can change it to where the light doesn't affect it, and that's what. Huh. Maybe that's how you fix that outline issue that I was having with the outline thing. A different. We want sprite lit. Where are you, sprite lit? Sprite. Can I just drag this over here? Doesn't look like it. Where do you live, sprite lit? You live in a completely different spot. What? Do I have two of these open now? Because, oh, it wouldn't let me have two of them open. Now the other one's gone because I clicked away. Default. There might be. Yeah, here it is. It's in some weird URP. Material. And they really need it if they're going to. So if everything's moving over to this universal render pipeline, they really need to make sure that it has everything. All right, they're too worried about monetizing things. Anyways, back to what we were doing. We put a new. Let's go back. We're in the wrong spot here. Let's go back down here. We put this ugly peach-looking thing. Let's throw in. We got a polygon. Let's add these other. Just real quick, we'll just add in these other not scripts, sprites, and I'm actually going to do a new folder in here called counties. And we already, I'm going to put the ones we've already done in here. I don't think we've done Douglas or Herney. In Unity, it doesn't really matter with most folders, so I added this resources folder when I was offline, I think, and I just put some notes in it. Like all this stuff goes to my GitHub. It's going on a different branch right now so that I don't fuck up my main branch. So there's notes. So the resources folder is a folder that's special, but most of the folders doesn't really matter. So you can just create your stuff. And I want to go sprites. Sprites. And Tillamook we've done. Umatilla. I mean, I live right here, and I don't know the name of that thing. So we got to go Wasco. No, wait. Wasco we did. Wasco's this place. Wasco can go in here. I just like to organize everything a lot. We can go to Harney. We can add Harney in here. And we can add Douglas in here real quick. And then we're going to go, these ones can go in here and in here. And then each one of these, Harney and Douglas, need a province selector. We need a script here. We need select province script on both these. And I don't think it will let me. Yeah, it only lets me put it on one, which is dumb. Well, so we got that on there. Then we also need to add a polygon 2D collider. So now we got that. These things are both white. They look clear to me. Oh, they are clear because we want this order to be up higher. Look at those little things. That one's fucked up. What's that one? And we're at 20. So we're going to put these at 20. And we'll put this one at 20. And we'll change the color of these. Originally, I wanted to make these because I was thinking, hey, we're going to need these guys to move. We're going to need a thing for it to go 3, more than, so currently we're just going to program it to move 1 province at a time. And I was like, we should do it multiple provinces, but I think we'll tackle that later. We want to keep everything as simple as possible. And this is the reason why. We might change how we're doing the movement completely once we add some other stuff. And one of the ways we could do this, the movement, is more like Total War 3 instead of the current way, which we're doing, which is like, we'll do like another purple. That is really, we don't want that. That's fine. We'll have a colorful thing here. We're doing it like a Paradox game right now, but we might want to change it to, here we can do it like a 4 screen. There we go. We might want to change it to more like a Total War game where, so in this one, you click and you wait for the time to pass, and in Total War, you actually have army that you're moving around. This is kind of close enough for now. So there we go. We got all of Oregon is mapped out. And the reason like this one's so much bigger than this little guy is that this one, this little guy's cities. This is just a wasteland. And it's got some forest down there. This is also just a wasteland. But all right, unit movement. First thing we gotta do is select province. I think has a bunch of fucking shit in it that we don't need. We'll leave the so first off, let's clean up this code by getting rid of. I'm gonna just open up a new one of these Visual Studios and just start putting some code. I just want a blank one, buddy. I guess we could use the copy. We'll use the copy. I have this here open, so we will go into, close his packages, go to scripts, and we'll just create a new script in here called notes or some shit. Notes or some shit. And open that up there. And I just want a blank thing we can copy some crap to. It's gonna redo that. Looks so much more colorful now. Now I'll easily be able to tell which one we're working on. So we need to go back to select province. There we go. So we don't need anything in fixed update at this point. Let's get fixed update out of here. And on pointer click, like all this crap is wrong. It's not wrong. It's just, is army selected equals true is about all we need. Because we do want it to test. And I'll put like a big on this one. I'm going to put a big, I'm just going to say this is all. Yeah, that works. Hey, no, it doesn't. I'm just commenting out everything on the other one. And then I don't know what this is, so we'll just get rid of it too. We'll clean this all up. We'll go with we'll base everything off the clock first, and we'll see how we like that. And if we don't like it, then fuck it. We'll go the other way. I just thought of an easier way to do it. I think not easier than what I was originally thinking. Okay, so first off, well, we don't need these things here either. And then first we'll test it though. KD. Go back to here. I'm having that frame issue like I was having last time. I guess I haven't been doing much compiling yet though. We'll hit play to test. What we're going to test is we're going to make sure that we can click on, oh, it's not going to work because we haven't added added any, yeah, it doesn't know what to do with that. That's fine. We don't, as long as we're not getting bugs. No, we are getting bugs. All right, we need to add add this in, which isn't a big deal. We'll just go to this and do it. Oh, that's in select province? No, that's where it's bugging out. We need to go to, where's my load thing? World load. And we need to go to all text. And we need to add in the names of these things. And I could probably make this a lot easier. How many did I add? 3? It thinks this is right. That's it, and it thinks this is right. There's not 7. Is there 7? Basic. Oh, right. There's 6 in Oregon. So the other thing that I looked at too, just out of curiosity, was how many provinces CK3 has. It has 2,500. So we know that if we keep, we're gonna have to keep our make sure that the resources we use as we program the game doesn't get too out of control. Oh, you know what we should also do is change this ocean background and go a little farther here. So if CK3 is doing 2,500 and they have a professional group of people, we could probably get away with 1,000, 2,000, 1,500. Say 1,500. That actually doesn't look that terrible. I mean, it's bad. If we turn off the background, how much? I mean, that looks even better. The whiteness isn't so horrible. I don't think there's a river here, though. All right, back to what we were doing, though. We are going to, there does need to be, let me move this over to this side. You won't be able to see me type, but that's okay. We want to go down this order, though. So we want to go Cowlitz, Portland, Tillamook, Wasco is actually not going to be here. Wasco is going to be, we're going to put, Wasco is going to be 5. 4 is going to be, we want these in order. Wasco's that one. We want Douglas to be next. I like everything to be exactly how it is the same in the code, obviously. Then yes, Douglas, Wasco, I guess Herney, and then I guess. So that's called Harney. We probably should put some commas in here, but whatever. We'll fix that later. Umatilla. All right, so our constant list here is ready to go with these. So now we can update the world load. We're having these. What are we doing with this? Oh, we have to put the centers in too. Man, I knew I shouldn't have fucked with these, but I was thinking about that multiple move, which we will fuck with later. I originally was like, we'll do that tonight too, but no, that's gonna be way more complicated because we're gonna have to figure out like. So let's say we have it here and it's gonna move to here. We need to have it figure out a way, like what's the fastest way. So we're gonna need some sort of pathfinding, which is gonna make things kind of complicated. You're missing a thing here. So are you. So we need a new, man, we're never gonna do this. This is Douglas Center. Where are you at, buddy? Where are you at, Douglas Center? Put you right about here. That looks about center of Douglas. Harney, we're gonna need a new. Luckily we have a Is this really, the Harney's this one? I guess that it's hard, you know, if it's going down this way, I guess it's next. Luckily we don't have to like stress ourselves out on how fast we have to do this because I said 5 years. Man, that does stress me out though. I'm gonna put in a thing so I don't forget. Not that. Where's an issue? Ultimatilla, weird splotches. And so back to the conversation about like AIs using that to create images and stuff. I think so. The developer said that he had like a pretty big. We'll put this down here though. And I think do we want combat first? Probably we'll do combat first. We can put this down farther. We probably should put this whatever. We'll fuck with that later. The camera should probably. It's not that hard to do that, and I have another thing to compare, but we should probably figure out these outlines. I hate the idea that those are so hard. Okay, we got the weird splotches idea, and I can actually fix that probably offline. I can probably fix it right now. Wait, are there weird splotches on this one? There's a couple of dots. Anyways, but so I feel like he probably has a large community because he said they had a large community, and I figure with a large community, hiring one of their community members to do art for him would like not only boost how much people like their game, you know. Should we call this? No, we don't need to have. You know, it's a way to pay back the community is by by hiring one of them, but it also I think it's the ethical thing to do. Just using AI because you don't want to spend the money. I mean, they're selling the game. The game wasn't free. If it was a free game, then I could understand maybe. But they're selling the game. So the game, I mean, they've made money off it. Worst comes to worst, they could say, donate for a new artist. It just seems like a weird thing to do. All right, so this all looks great. Some of these have commas, some of them don't. We probably should. I guess I'm going to get rid of the commas here. I'll just get rid of the commas in general, but not right this second. When we notice those other commas, actually, I'll just fix it now. So that's another thing I love to do, which is just fix things now. I know, like you're saying, but you can't fix the outline. I'm talking about something, something else. Do we want this comma here? No. It looks weird, and it is. Computers don't like commas and ampersands and shit, so I don't know why I am taking a chance here with this. We will get to some movement, maybe. And I keep flip-flopping in my mind about doing movement this way or doing movement the other way. If you have an opinion, just tell me in the comments. You can tell me anything you want in the comments of the YouTube video or in chat when I'm chatting. If you want to help out, you can just give me constructive criticism. Specifically constructive. And if there's better ways to do things, definitely tell me as well. And if you know how to do the outline thing, that's easy. Like, remember, laziness is the key thing here. Anyways, so we got to put this in. I don't know why there's a space here. We got to add these new provinces in. And we should have seven total. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is all fucked up. Oh God, what have we done? We got 42. We got 42 bugs. I think it's, what is it freaking out about? Oh, I don't have this. All right, undo this. I don't have the provinces part there. This would be the issue. All right, copy. And we're going to save this to disk too. So I want this, besides the game being open source, I also want it to be moddable. So we'll work. We're just going to have like ridiculous expectations for this. And we need one more. No, we don't, because we start at 0, because that's just how shit is. We can just have these all enemy 1, enemy nation. We'll put some changes here though, because we want to be able to tell that we're clicking stuff, different stuff. And then we're also going to need, what is going on here with this Oh, I remember. We're gonna want to put the center of, so we're gonna need this. This is adding the center to the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Name 5, 6, 7. And that is that. There's probably something I fucked up. Where's my alt text? Does this go to 7? It does. Let's hit play again. And we will have the colors change as we take over things. We're going to also write an AI at some point for the computer, obviously. We have a bug already. What has happened? We need an object reference. The given key, Wasco County, Oregon, was not present in the dictionary. Oh, because I took county out of all of those things. So we gotta go back to all text here, because they have to match the. We'll fix that as well. So right now, you know, we're gonna be doing all sorts of tests and things, but we just need some not tests too, but we need basically air checking. That's the word we need. We need air checking and things. And what we'll do is we'll rename these actually to, we probably should have just done it just then. I probably should have just done it just then. We'll have it air, you know, rename it, make sure it's named the same as what we want it to be. Oh, we still have an issue here. The given key. Province, name. Did we not name Wasco County right? Let's go look at our provinces. Wasco, Oregon. Wasco, Oregon. Wasco, Oregon. Where do you think this is, computer? World 61. I did change the order, but that shouldn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I not change the numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wasco, Oregon. Wasco, Oregon. Do these need to even match? They do match. The given key. I wonder how it gets to 5 without any issues. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, here's our issue. That would be the issue. Okay. So yeah, we'll have that stuff all written to disk so that modders can mess with it if they wanted to as well. Like I said, we're gonna have some crazy expectations on this game, and that's why the outcome is, you know, 500 years from now. Okay, so this is an enemy province, so we don't know what it is. I'm trying to scroll in and out, and I can't. And I'm like, why? We have unknown, but it's putting the correct names, right? This is Douglas, this is Harney, this is Umatilla. Those things are so annoying to me. Wasco, Tillamook, Portland, and Cowlitz. Perfect. We got everything we need to do for that weird change that I was like, oh, that will only take 2 seconds, and it's been you know, we've been 2 hours of nothing. Nothing, I say. Okay, so back to what we were doing. Select province. So select province shouldn't have all that shit we were doing. Right now, we just wanted to select the province. Now, in select army, I'm going to put these next to each other. Select army, we want it, so it's going to say the name of the army, and then if we right click, it's just going to right clicked on an army. Okay, so let's make sure that that works, because we have been fucking with stuff, and like I said, I like to test like a motherfucker. Just test constantly. So currently it just manually creates the army here. It's manually set. It's not where we're clicking at all. It just creates right there. So we do create army. If we click on it, we're not getting any errors. Right click shouldn't do anything. It doesn't. Right clicking on the army says we right clicked the army. So everything's working. So I think the first thing we should do is we should have it create the army depending where it is. I think that's the best option right now. So how are we going to do that? Let me take a drink of this. It shouldn't be that hard. And I actually wasn't even planning to do that tonight, but I was like, you know what? It would be way better to do that. I don't know what this public static string is here. We'll get rid of it. If I don't know what it is, I just get rid of it. Okay, so the first thing we do when we hit, we already know, where's our create unit? I thought I renamed you. Okay, I did. Or create army. Here we go. I'm going to move this over here as well. Okay, if it's less than one, or because if it's less than one, it will create the unit. But where do we create it? We want it to be created. So there's two things we want to do. We want to put the unit's current location too. I think we're going to need that for later. So remember this one instantiates and assigns it to the list. The game object goes on the list, and then this one just moves it, and then it adds this so that we can only create one right now. And because we don't want to be clicking stuff and have all sorts of weird shit happen. So we just locked it down to less than one. So let's first off, we're going to have to go into the army thing, and we're going to have to go and we're going to put in current location. And I think this is a transform. Can we put it in a position here? I don't think we can. Position, image position. No, it's going to be a transform. Whoops. Transform, if I can type. Current location. And then this is going to be all fucked up. So we're going to go transform. New current location. And then down here, and I'm putting it, once again, I put it in like the order I think that we know the game object's the top level. Then we're going to go to the location, which is probably, you know, the next and most important, not most important, but the next, it's like a game object and stuff, you know, we don't need the name and that shit. And this is like working with the game object stuff I put at the top. Maybe that's wrong. Current location. And there we go. We now have this. Now it's going to tell us here that like, hey, dudes, you don't have the current location when you create this. So we're going to put in null again. We want it to be created with null. It's going to create there's a weird space here. It's going to create who owns it, the owner, and then it's going to create the name of it and how many troops are here. So we're nulling out those two things. And then when we instantiate it, so on this list, which currently, so the list is kind of like the soul of the game object of the army. This list is the soul of the army. And currently its soul is empty. It doesn't have any form and it doesn't have a location. But when we bust open the world here, when we hit the create button, we have to give it a soul, or we have to fill in the missing stuff in its soul. So we gave it a form of this game object. We're instantiating the form. Now we have to put the location. So I think that the easiest way is we know that this, so if we look at this list, this other list that we created, we're assigning the center to each one of these. So when we clicked here, let's make sure that this works how I think it is. I'm almost positive it does, but let's make sure. We need to actually go to select province. Where is select province? This isn't saved either. We want to save that. We want to go to select. You know what? Let's just set it up. If it doesn't work, then we can troubleshoot it. Create select army. No, create army. So we then need to be like, hey, put this, and we're actually gonna move its position. So we're going to go to world map, load armies. We know it's 0 because we only have one army. Current location. We're going to go equals select province dot. We might have to put a variable here. So when we left click, we're getting. Yeah, we need this. So we need a public static string currently selected province. And then over here, we got to put this. We probably want this thing. Currently selected province equals name. So when we left click, it's going to bring up the name. And then let's debug log this shit just in case. Currently selected province. Current. And then let's put a line in there. So this should give this the name, and then when we're back under create army, it's gonna want, what's the problem here? Oh, we got an issue here. Currently selected province. We need to get it from that list actually. World map provinces. And this is why we made that a dictionary, by the way, is so we can do that shit. We can just get the name. Province center game objects. That's what I want. Give it to me. No, I think, is that a trend? That's a game object. See, this is why I always put like game object and text and shit at the end. Yeah, so if I forget, this just said province center, I wouldn't know if this is a game object or a transform or whatever. We want this to be transform, and I think we actually want this to be a position. Let's see what happens when we run this. Current location, it might not do anything. In fact, I don't think it is going to do anything. But let's see. Then I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, no. I thought I was already out of time. Out of time as in at a break spot. Wait for it to do its thing. Create army. Okay, well, that appeared there. But is that where we wanted it to appear? We can't create anymore. Let's do that again. Maybe it is working. If my code works the first time, I'm like, no, I fucked something up. Yeah, it's still not working. It's creating it here because we have some other create thing. Actually, I forgot about that. We're gonna get rid of that stuff. Unit province game object, army list game object. So when we instantiate, we're putting the province game object transform. Oh, we don't even need this current location over here. Yeah, let's comment this out. I forgot about that. Let's comment this out. Let's put. Good God, look at how long that shit is. We want position here, though. Is that going to let us do that? It is. Let's see if that works. Good God, we just got rid of a whole line of code. You're like, is that good? I don't know. This supposedly less code is better. More succinct code. You want the most succinct, simple code. If you're writing like tons of code, like just what I do. That's why the Elon thing was such a big deal to, we'll start in this one. There we go, that worked. If we go to here, it's not gonna work because we already have a unit. Let's try it one more time. That's why the Elon people were so, people were laughing at Elon so much is because, he wanted to look at the amount of code. Okay, so this works. Let's say we pick this one though. I guess at this point we don't need that less than 2 thing, or less than 1 thing. I'm going to put this here and hit create army. Oh my god, it went over there though. I clicked there, I swear to god. All right, let's do this. Let's get rid of this code so it's easier to test. This is less than one code. Let's just get rid of it. Can I do that? No. Let's get rid of this. Get out of here, errors. I was looking at this warning, or this message, I guess. I guess that isn't used. We might do it later, but let's double check here. I think we got I think one of these centers in the wrong spot, or the name's wrong or something. But currently, we can create it anywhere, and we can create any number of them. So we'll just hit this. We'll hit create army. Bam! It's in the right spot. Create army. Right spot. Create army. Okay, that one went down there. That one went down there. They all went down there, and I wonder why that is. I know why that is, because we didn't update this other list. We gotta write this somehow so that this can't happen, so that we don't have to manually update this shit all the time. I'm not sure how we write that though. I'd have to think about it longer, and it probably doesn't matter right now. So let's try this again. It doesn't matter right now, but we should have. So there's a lot of things you want to do. You always want to, and I don't do this, so I'm gonna because I'm streaming it. I have to do it. You know, I have to do it the correct way. We have a busted something. Child transform is out of bounds. One of these is wrong. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be out of bounds. That would be the issue. So we need to. So there, you want to do stuff as error-free possible. So one change and the whole code breaks right now. We need to make so that that doesn't happen. And I'm not sure how we would do that. I think I have an idea. We'd have write a for statement. I think I can do it. I think I know how to do it. And that way we can keep. We're just going to do all these. Each one of these. Yeah, so each one of these works with create arm. We actually don't want that to work that way, but we'll get. All right, I just thought of a way to do this. On this one. Yeah. I think this is how you can do this. This we can't, because this is manually added in shit. But this, I think. How do I write a for statement? I've only written like 2 for statements. Is it a for? Did we write one already? I don't think we did. For, let me look it up. I never can remember. We don't need this. C# force. I just need a reference to look at, you know? Just need a reference. For, there it is. That's what we want. Yeah, we don't need this shit anymore. That's, oh shit, we do. Because of the name. Okay, so the name is a manual thing. Is there a way we might be able to do this without? All right, let's try it. Okay, so a for loop should look like int I semicolon. If I is less than, whoops, that's not a less than, that was like a V. Less than provinces dot count. So it's gonna say like, hey, how many provinces are on this list? And we have 7. So if it's less than 7, do the for loop, and then we're gonna say plus plus I, and then we're gonna do this. Oh, this isn't a comma though. This isn't that. This is a that. I is less than or equal. Is it less than or equal to? Why do you got a problem with this I? Use of unassigned a variable local I. Init I equals We got to do an equal here. It's going to equal 0 the first time. So we need it to equal 0 the first time because we're going to go through this and put I in here. So we're going to copy this. And I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to copy this. We're going to put this in here. We're going to put I here. Jitspo. I don't know how to say your name. I don't know how to say anybody's name. How's it going? We're going to comment out this shit. And we're going to comment this here. And we're going to, so this is the issue though. And I think we can do this though. This is a number, or this is a name that we're pulling from that other text thing. I think I actually though can do, wait, no, I can't do that. I can't have a variable name added to the end, so that's not going to work because it's a dictionary. Or what I was thinking was trying to make, wait, I can do that. Can I do that? I need to add I need to add. I might be able, let me think this through. So we need a string that's spelled string. I don't think this is going to work. That would be called name, like whatever, plus number. And it's going to equal name plus I. No, first we need. Wow, thank you for the raid. And thank you for telling me that it was correct. I wasn't sure. I've only written like 2 for loops in my whole life. I don't think this is going to work, but let's see. I think you guys are understanding what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to stick this I to replace this. So this is going to equal, I need an integer though. I don't think you can do this though, because it's like you can't have like a variable inside a variable. Oh, I thought you were talking about the code because I wasn't sure if I was doing that right. So if I did, I needed just a temp variable, temp int, just for now. I'm not going to name it that way for now. It needs to be I plus 1, but it's going to do that every 4. Oh my God, I don't know if this will work at all. Let's see. Well, it's definitely going to break. This is going to be temp int. No, this needs to have an underscore. Basically, what I'm trying to do is make a for loop or something to make it so that I don't have to manually update this province center game object, because the issue is that as I mess with stuff, everything's too interconnected. Oh, what variable name did it give you? I still have it open. Let's see if it gave me a similar, if it'll give me one. Let's see. Yeah, so things are too interconnected. Let's do a new, I think it logged me off here. 1 second. Let's see what it says. I said, I put a little, a good one that might be, can you make one for me? I wish you could stop it from talking. Customer file. All right, let's give it I need a name. You said I need a variable name for a string that will contain the path to a material with a wildcard that will be replaced by the name of a texture Material path pattern. That's not bad. I mean, I need a name of an int that is going to be used in a for loop. If it gives me I will kill it. Oh, or of course it's going to give me I. All right, well, that isn't I. Have you run into any questions that it seems completely stumped with, Jitspo? I haven't run that yet. I haven't, but it does have like, this is wrong, how to outline a sprite. Oops. This is wrong. But it's also, I think it's just outdated. Yes, so that's actually, I didn't mention this earlier, but that is definitely its MO is that it's very, very confident. And that, so it kind of can trick you because of its confidence. And in fact, when I started the outline thing, I was pretty confident it was right, but then nothing was there. I just was trying to, I've been looking at how to outline a sprite, and it seems very complicated. So I asked it, and it had this very simple answer, and I was like, it's only like 7 steps. I'm going to do that. And not, like, these are things are all missing. And it, post processing is missing, and it tries to clarify, but it doesn't actually, like, all of this stuff is missing. So I guess the reason it's wrong is it's just outdated. So let's see here. What was this final thing? If you don't want to use I as the loop value, you can choose any other. All right. It didn't. I don't think this is going to work. It didn't. Dots. It didn't. It wasn't. It. It wasn't bad. Name. So this is my idea here. Plus number, but I don't think this is possible. It isn't. Name. Can I put this in quotes? No, that's not going to do me any good. Yeah, I don't think that I have to do this list. That sucks. It's too easy to break. It's too easy to break. If I can think of another way to do this. If I change their names all to numbers, it wouldn't be a big deal. I need the names as an array. So make a list of the names, or an array of the names. And let me see here. So if I go, this is where all of my text is going to be. You have name 0, but I would still need to manually put in this list. Unless, can I make an array? Let's see. Can I do this in here? I don't think I've ever actually made an array. I've only made lists, dictionaries, public. But I would have to put them in here, right? I'm lazy. That's the key. I'm gonna have to look up how to make an array. I can't just do that, can I? Oh, maybe I can do this. No, I can't. What's an array? How to make an array? You make an array. Just need an example, generally. Value. Oh, right. Okay. This is gonna be. Oh, I need a name, first of all. Do I put this here, though? Let me look at my example. public float. Oh. Ooh. So I was closer string and trying to get back to chat, bring it up. I think you do that without the public constant string. Fooblaz, how is your night going? Public float values. Do it without the public constant string. I think you can do name, comma. All right, thanks, Jitspo, and have a good food. I don't know if dinner, breakfast. Let me see here. Like I said, I've never done an array in all of this time. So if I public constant string names equal a, okay. So not, you're like writing the whole thing for me, fooblaz. Public constant names, string names equals that, get rid of this, make this a comma. I would guess. All right, let's try it. Oh, this is what you're, of course this is what you were talking about. This doesn't need to be here either. This doesn't, of course, I was like, what do you mean take away the public? I thought you were talking about up here, but no, of course you were talking about there. Get rid of this equals. All right, I think you're on, you did it. I think it was, like, yeah. Let's get rid of this stuff. All this stuff. Oh, I keep it like, no, that has to be there. All right, let's do this. Easy. See, I always say this every time I stream that, like, as I learn stuff, and we just got to make these commas. It just makes everything, you know, like, I don't know enough, like, professionals, you know, they have this huge, you know, list of things in their mind where they can just, oh, I need to do this or I need to do that. So I don't even, like, know the things I should be doing, if that makes sense. Do I need a comma here, probably? Why are you mad about this last thing? Because that's there? No. What are you freaking out about? We have commas everywhere. We have... Oh, I probably need this in the last one. No, we need a comma here, and I need this here. But you're still freaking out. What is your problem? Must be constant. What does that mean? What do you say? What do you think is the... Let's pretend that it isn't for now. So that will work without the constant, but can I call it? Where's my world map thing? Let's save this. Can I call it without it being constant? Name 0. Oh, this does need to have this here though. What is this called? What have I done here? It is name. It will tell me if it doesn't know what this... No, it needs to be static. Object required is for non-static. And that has to be there though. It's not getting mad about that though. Let me look at this thing again. I think values equals new float 10. For each, do we have a different? I want something that's more arrays and loops. Equals new float. I want to see where it's being used. String possible answers, debug log 2. So it's going to be tell me why. Okay. It's going to give me a string. You should be able to index it into names I. Well, that will work there, but I need it to, but I don't need to put an I in here, do I? It should just be a 0. You're talking about for the for loop. Yeah, but I need this whole thing. The name is just part of, it's in a different script. I try to put all my text in its own little script for later stuff. I think this has to be a constant is the thing, but then it doesn't like that. It flips out. Being assigned must be constant. What does that mean? Tell me. What do you want? It wants 3 quotes? What? Constant string array. Let's look here. This other one. Constant. I got too many windows or too many Firefoxes open here. Constant. Or how about this? Access array in different script. I guess I just put a class in there. What do you got here? 2011. Okay, then. Well, that's already being initialized. And is that why it's mad? Because I changed the initialization. But no, let's see here. That could be. Let's go back to here. Dot name. What does this one say? All text counties dot name and object reference is required. Yeah, so it has to be a. Does each county have different provinces, or is it a static member of a county? So their counties, not. Did I say countries? County. All right. Each county is one of these. I mean, this is a member of Oregon, and these ones are going to be a member of Washington, but we're not dealing with that yet. So I have a dictionary so basically the reason why I use a dictionary is because it's easier for me to, if we go, obviously they've got bugs, so it's not gonna work. But if you click on this, it will get the name of this, and then I can use that for all sorts of stuff, for clicking on things. And so all I was trying to do is make this not some manual thing I had to keep updating every time I added a province, because what's going to happen, well, what just happened is every time I update it, let's say I change a province around or like rename it or something, it fucks it up. And then I have to go find the bug. And I just want it to be as least buggy, like least intertwined like that as possible. So I was trying to think of a way to do it with like this. That obviously didn't work. So now name 0 should be this. Oh, we gotta get that out of here. Missing a bracket. And this one or over here? No. I am missing a bracket. 1, 2. Doesn't help us though. Missing a bracket. This still needs to have. I have a list in here too, which is why there's that other. Let's look back over here. Province name, index, but I don't know what you're doing. Well, to manually do this though is to add. So basically, so this is a dictionary that has a list in it, and I'm trying to replace this with the name from all text. You know what? Let's do this before we add this other thing. Let's copy this over here. Let's make this work in this just to make sure I'm on the right path, because who knows? Maybe I'm on the wrong path here in the first place. And then we can just put in, what's your problem now? Use the new if hiding was intentional. Well, no, that's what I plan to do is to put in a 4, but I want this to work first. I want this to say, do I have to put this in a, why doesn't it like this? Hides inheriting members. All right. Okay, you can have the new there. And then let's see if this just works. We can move it to another script after this. Okay, so this still doesn't work. So what am I doing? Wrong. Name. Char to string. Oh, you're probably right. You are probably right. What is that? A V? I zoom this in. I didn't have any issues until all of a sudden I'm like, I can't read this shit. Oh. Huh. You're indexing the chart in the string. You probably, well, let's go. Is this still over here? It is. Let's do one thing here at a time. Name. Oh, wait. No. Because there's got to be. I don't need this thing. Oh, it's because I switched from this to this. So this needs the 0. This doesn't need the 0. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. So this I can just change into the for statement. Let's put this, we're on the path now. Oh, except these are all different. So these ones, I do want them, but this still doesn't work because it's not static. I really would like to change that. Access an array. So we know that with your guys' help, with chat's help, I have that's the way to do that, but I still, any way to pass a public. Oh, I gotta do that, huh? I guess I could do that. I generally don't like doing that out of pure laziness. I don't like to have different things, but I guess we can do that. This would be private. And then let's see if this works. What's your problem? Why don't you like that? Public class all text. Oh, it's a cap. It's a, no. That's what I have up here. Three, four, five, six, seven. Is it because I don't have a capital T right here? All text. All text. This is now it's. These are public though. Name. Yeah, it's still. There's got to be an easier way to do this. New list, key, province key, all text. Yeah, that's what it seems. That's what it seems like. I would prefer to have it in its own thing. There's got to be a way to do it. There's got to be something. Let's ask the bot. How do I get the value of an array from one script into another one? Let's see what the bot says. Main, my array, 1, 2, 3. Return my array. Array, this doesn't mean anything to me. Return my array. Pass to array equals main. Then you use a global variable to store the first script and access it first. The second. Holy shit, that's what a pain in the ass. If this is right, you can use a database to store the array and retrieve it from the second script. This is useful if you want to persist the data and access from multiple scripts. So that is the thing. We are going to be accessing from multiple scripts like all the time. You can use a file to store the array and read it back from the second script. That's actually not a bad idea because we are going to save all this shit to file, and I know how to do that. Import script 1. There's really no easier way, huh? Let's try to find one other. No, we don't need this one anymore. What do these guys say? You need to generate a game object variable in the script. No, that doesn't tell us what we want. I mean, we could just do it, not use the alt text for now. We're so early on that it's not like a game breaking thing or anything. Script A, find Either need reflection or define a dictionary string. I was just thinking there might be another way to do this. If you do that, nope, that's not going to do it. All right, one more look here. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because I am going to save it all to disk eventually. I just feel like this should be much easier. This question already has an answer here. Is this the one we just looked at? No, here is somebody with a lot of votes. How can I access variable one? Oh, not a variable. We want an array. Yeah, the locally thing, I think we're on. I think you already solved it for me. This one, it doesn't matter. This one has to be manual, so we can just go like, with this one, we can just replace. Actually, we don't even need. We can just get rid of this on this one. We can just get rid of this, and then we're gonna replace it. We'll just go down the numbers. We have to manually type in the numbers on this one because they're all different. So this should be easy. Let's do it though. You're right. Let's do this, and once this works, then we'll figure out between the next step. And I want this, so this should be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's it. And then this one, we can use this for loop now that we have this fixed. Whoops. Name 0. This actually is going to be I. And this should be 0 with that. Man, that is going to annoy me to no end. This we can put back in. Well, we have it right here. Copy this whole thing. Replace this. Guess I didn't have to. I could have left this. I did extra work. I've made it more work, but that's okay. We'll figure it out here. We don't need this crap. This crap is gone. Okay, so the name will go through there. It's going to get the child object. This also has to be, well, this should be I. Starting at 0, and this should also be I starting at 0, because we want it to count down. Then we need, I need to look at my for example that I already closed. C# loop example. Just need to see what it looks like again. Yeah, I think that's all we need. As well for the list you get from provinces. I haven't done the province part, like, so it's currently just the counties. I actually should rename this to counties. Originally, I was gonna call each one of them. I was gonna do. So originally, this was just gonna be one big Oregon. Each state would be its own province, and because we're gonna have it's gonna be all in North America. So we're gonna have Canada and Mexico, and Belize and stuff in there. But then I decided to break them up a little bit. So I should rename this to counties. So that's probably a confusion there. But I think this actually, we don't need this here. This doesn't need to be here. If it's less than county, less than or equal to, I do this every time, and every time. So no, I need it to be less than, because it will at 6 it will go through this, and then it will run it one more time, I think. So let's see what happens. Oh, there, I don't, so that list is, so that's something I wish I knew how to fix as well. Um, I'll show you. I don't know how to do that. I'll show you once we test this thing out. I don't know. There's something weird going on over on my other monitor. So this is working. No, everything is working. So down here we can see the province name. It should really be county. Um, I'm glad some knowledgeable people showed up, because I have all these questions. So one of the questions is, so this is a dictionary list. So this is a dictionary with a list attached to it, and basically there isn't anything else. There isn't any more lists added. I guess no. There's never going to be any more lists added. So if we go back to provinces, which I should really rename to counties, and we'll do that here. This is just the one list, but I want the dictionary because I'm going to be calling it by its name. And the only way I've ever been able to get that to work is by having, where's my map load? Just throwing this extra 0 thing at the end. I don't want actual more lists in that dictionary. I just want the one list at the end of the dictionary. Or not at the end. It's the total dictionary. It's just being called by name. Whenever I messed around with it before, I couldn't get it more than one thing to be in the dictionary. So like the dictionaries. So from what I understand, and I could totally be wrong, lick your top to bottom. Lick it. Thank you for the follow. Shouldn't it be dictionary string province? Except that in the dictionary has this other stuff in it. So this list is being like named. So it's like a trick to get the, so when I want to get this, when I want to get this information, I just put in the name, and then just the first, I say 0 because it's the first list, and then I get that information. And so since the dictionary can't have, or at least, but I totally could be wrong here. The dictionary can't have a list of shit in it like I do with this. So the province, a dictionary can't have this. It only can have like one item in there, and that one item is a list, which is this thing. Am I making sense? Is that I've looked at this before, and this is the only way I can figure out how to do it. So it doesn't have to actually, when it on this dictionary, it doesn't have to do any like this. There's only one list per name. So the first county is Cowlitz. It'd be a dictionary that maps a string province name. It is. So the province name, for example, Cowlitz, Washington. That's the province name. Then the thing. So actually, it's right here. It's right here. So it's the string is the name, which is Cowlitz province, but then the object is a list. Because if I just put it, and at least this is how I understand it. So what happens at line 22 when you, if I remove the list, then this breaks. I can't have a list in there. Let's see if there's another, because I looked it up a bunch and I couldn't find a better way to do it. And this is what I want. Where's my thing here? We'll come back over to here. C# dictionary list. Dictionary with list as value. Dictionary with list of strings. So dictionary string list. So that's how I'm doing it. I don't know what this other. I need a list of or things in the province. So the province is a list. If I go back to here, so the province has the province ID, it has a game object, it's got two strings and an int. So let's see here. List string, province is a class. It's a class that I'm using. So this province is the class I'm using to make the list with. So if we go back to this thing, this is the list is being made with that class. Right, exactly. It's a class with multiple data members that is a list. Oh my God, I said 30 minutes ago, I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a break. It's actually like 40 minutes ago. And then time flies when you're programming. Yes, you are correct, fooblaz. Province is a class with multiple data members. So it doesn't have to be a list. Can I just put province in here? What happens? I don't think I can just put province in here. Oh, maybe I can. And then what happens if when you set province by name, you only have one result, even though you're trying to index. Exactly, yeah, there's only one result. Remove this. Well, we have to fix this now. Name. So if I just put the province in here. Okay, so then I don't. How does this work though? If it's not a list. I mean, I don't need the list part here. Can I just go this? It's mad at something though. Expected equals. It's gonna do something. Let's copy. Provinces new. Go back to here. Go to here. Name 0 equals new province. It doesn't like this thing. Class province. Why don't you like this thing? Tell me why, little buddy. Curly brackets. I have curly brackets down here. Power. How's it going? Knavery. It's very similar to Knavery. Luke, how are you? Get rid of the curly brackets. Get rid of them. All right. I don't need this here either. And we don't need this. Luckily, luckily I'm doing this when there's like a bunch of. I should have done this on like a test one without seven things. We really need the new province in there. Not a list. It's just a seem. If this works, I'm gonna be stoked because I literally in my past streams I keep saying like I don't know how to make this not. Not have the extra 0 at the end and stuff, and I don't like it, but I don't know how to do it. So I think you've solved, and it seems like this is working. So I think you've solved 2 of my issues tonight. See, so you just have to always be around. What do we got here? Oh, we needed that new province. Basically, you just need to write all the code for me, starting now. New province. Whoops. New province. We got a new We got too many news and provinces here. Province. Get rid of this thing altogether. Get rid of that thing. Get rid of this. Put this here. This here. No, I got rid of too many new. Man, I should have done this with a less of a list though. Not not a list, a list of a. You can go away. I guess I can start from here. You can go away. You can go away. All right. So now we don't need this stupid extra 0. And we can make. I just wanted to make sure that that was that we were on the right path there. I mean, I was pretty positive. I am a big fan of clean code as well. Okay, so back to what, and thank you again. We got all the help. All right, so we'll figure out how to do this later. Oh, you're not going to do that for me, huh? I don't like this. Speaking of clean code, I don't like how this is looking all ugly. What about now? Will you do it for me? Nope. We got something. All right. We're gonna hit play here. No, we still got some issues. What is your problem down here? This is no longer, that was no longer necessary. That's no longer necessary. We got an extra weird thing here. Where are you at? World map. Okay, so we can get rid of this, which is awesome. It's literally like one of my major things that I hate, and then I also like have issues with. Like I'm like, why is this not working? And it's because of that. So thank you so much. I literally mentioned in past streams, I'm like, I don't know how to fix this, but I know it's ugly, and I think I'm stuck. The way this manual way is fine for now until you get it to work. There's a more clean way to do this init stuff, but this manual. All right, yeah, let's make sure that this works first. Okay, so right now we don't need this. And I'm going to delete all these comments just once this works. Okay, we're good to go. Well, hopefully. Unity. So then it doesn't, maybe that will also, no, that's a different issue. All right, let me click on here. Enemy 1, perfect. Cowlitz, that's where it is. Wasco. You figure I would know the, general area. I guess these are counties. Well, and they're not even one county. They're a big mix of counties. Douglas, this all looks good. We still can only see the population of the ones that we own. So that works. Everything works. I don't have any bugs. And I don't know why I went to here. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you again, fooblaz. That literally, like, I don't know. I know I've mentioned it 12 times, but man, that's been driving me crazy. All right, I'll be right back. Let me throw up a break timer. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. And I have other games that I've worked on much more than this. And so now I get to go back and fix all those, which makes me happy because I like less like we better, shorter, less listen shit. Anyways, be right back. Now I think I'm saying your name wrong again. Fooblaz. I don't know. My memory is terrible. Even though you said I said it right, or somebody said I said something right earlier. No, it was the guy who rated me. Anyways, how do you feel, Fooblaz, about Chat GPT? I'm curious. I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff. We don't need this crap in here. Uh, all this extra ugly code. Well, great. I'll just call you Foo from now on. Uh, how do you feel about Chat GPT? And also, I'm not gonna work on this part anymore right now, like trying to make it so it can go with all text. But I'm gonna put in a issue so I don't forget about it. Where did my thing go here? Make arrays work with between scripts, and then we can add in. Come here, you little fucker. We can put in a description here. For example, the array used for the county names. Update, convert to, and back over to here. Games in the garage. Thank you for the follow. I'm learning so much today. So that when I started this whole stream, I was like, this is the fourth one. I was like, this is going to be a learning experience for me, and I'll tell you what I know, but it's probably wrong. So today we've seen how wrong I am about everything. Anyway, so let's go. I'm going to go back to province. Let's make sure that this works with the creating armies as well. Just, I like to test. I like to test a lot. All right, so we got our create an army. These are all seem to be working. This is great. Still, and I've been saying 5 years. 5 years is the time. You know, I don't want to. I don't know. No gamer. What is developer grind? So you think it's an overconfident idiot savant that will eventually get usefuler? So I agree. That's a good way of describing it, because so I have a developer friend who is ultra upset about it. He was just like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna be out of a job in like 2 years." He's like, "They're just gonna hire some idiot who doesn't know anything, and they're just gonna be copying and pasting code." And I was like, "I don't think it's that way." And me and him messed around. And, you know, we were chatting on Discord, and I was like, "I don't know, man. I don't think it's nearly that way. I think 10 years, we're looking like 10 years before it's like extremely useful. Like right now, it does help me. And like I mentioned earlier in their stream, I'll just point out the thing that it helped me with. I asked it some D&D questions and stuff too, but I asked it. No, that's show more. It's one of these. Oh, it wouldn't just start asking me questions, which I thought was interesting. What was the thing? What the fuck is this? Is what where to go? Oh, someone said ask it if you can make money, and it actually, can I make money with ChatGPT? And it's like, it's like no. It says I should do cryptocurrencies. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. What was the thing? I can't remember, but I asked it what the fuck the lambda thing was, and it actually explained it where I understood. And I've read about that. I don't know where that went. Oh, does it only keep a certain number? No, it is. Oh, it's right here. What the fuck is this thing? So I'm using that in this code for spacebar to pause time, and I've never understood like what this little thing was. And I've Googled it, but none of them said it was a placeholder. Google gets confused by all those symbols. So like that, I think is useful for like a. But the thing is, it's wrong a lot. I guess it's not. It's not that it's wrong. It's like you said. Your dead friend still has a job. Just Even though it's scary, good, your dev friend will still have a job, but they will get good at asking ChatGPT questions that get good results, and they will still be debugging for errors. So that's true too, and that's another thing. Like I'm an IT manager, and my day job, and you got to Google stuff, right, to get the right answers to the IT questions, and that's all I do whenever anybody has an issue is I Google, what their issue is, and it's not like they get paid less for it. I mean, I don't get paid very well, but I also take naps during my job. Um, so the first thing we got to do for this is we need to be able to not create an army in. We don't need this anymore. We might need the current location. I don't know. Um, yeah, I often also feel like I don't know shit. Who knows? Maybe like tomorrow they'll be like, actually, that was the beta version, the new working version. You don't have to program. You just type in whatever, and it works great. But I feel like so every time. So, I'm 48, and like the year 2000, where we were supposed to have all this like crazy technology, that didn't happen. Like everything seems to take forever. We don't have. We don't need. Oh, that's why I kept that there. Yeah, let's leave this here. And let's do this. We want a new, you know what? Let's not do this. We'll just use our judgment. We just won't. We'll just not click a bunch. The first thing we want, though, we don't need this. No, we don't need that anymore either. We want an if statement in here, though. That's what this is going to be. If, what did we call that? Basically, we don't want to be able to spawn an army that's not our province for right now. We don't need that. We need select province. What is this called? This is actually we need it on our world load. Let's bring you over here. It is going to be players nation, but what did we call that thing? We were just looking at it like 12 times. Nation owner name. There we go. So create army if dot province is. So this is the first time I've used this with can I leave that empty? No, I need select. I need select province dot name. We called it something currently selected province. So let's see. You've selected a province. Currently selected province is going to equal the name. So we need this to be current. Yeah, without that, we don't need this crap at all. I was thinking of a different thing here. If select equals. Oh wait, no, we do need that. I'm double overthinking myself. We need world map.load provinces. We just don't need the 0 anymore. Right? Provinces? Could we change this? So now I'm like overthinking. So the province is name, yes. Dot owner name is equal to, and we just have some temp bullshit going on here, which was, where did I put that? Where did I put that temp bullshit? Player name is the temp bullshit. No, we don't want this. Equal to, then do this. And then else. And we're going to call it county because this all should, in fact, I should rename that like a now so that we don't fuck shit up here. Because that is going to be, now that I rename, so we will use the term provinces, but it will be like when you own all of Oregon or whatever. Think CK3. This is like, CK3 is the best example for what we're doing. So if I hit create army, it should, yeah, you don't own this county. All right, so that bullshit temp thing works. Let's rename this. So Control H, province, spelled right, lowercase. We want to change it to county, and I want to do current project, and I want to do it one at a time because, yeah, that's not going to work. Province is, let's do province is, whoops. And we'll change this counties first. No, we'll do this one first. County, I always want to make country. I always want to type in country. All right, province. Which one are we selected on? This one? That's not the one we want. What? Normally when I hit enter, it changes things. Replace next. Which one are we on here? Province, that one. Yes. Not that one. What is this hotkey? F3? They're almost all with an S on here, which is fine. That one's not. Something's going to be fucked up, but that's okay. It shouldn't be that hard to fix. Not that one. You know what I should have done? There was an easier way to do this. There was a much easier way to, well, I guess not much easier. There was an easier way to do it though. Got some more? Last one of these. Count D. And you, I think I could, will this just counties? I don't know if this is gonna update. Let's do it and see what happens. Yeah, like select province needs to be changed too. We're not getting a bunch of errors, so I guess that works. We need this to now say, and we're gonna have to change the file names. Select county. Actually, yeah, select county. And we need to go back to here because this is gonna be busted now. Make sure everything's saved. I'm a big fan of renaming everything. I know that you're not supposed to. I'm always renaming stuff. I don't remember what this was for, so I will get rid of it. And we don't need this popping up over here. And we can go back to here and rename this file. When I first started, it was always renamed files. The file names weren't matching. They were always screwing me up. Because I would have typos in them and stuff. Spaces. Then let's open this guy up. And get rid of this one, because this one should be gone. Then let's see what kind of bugs we get here. If we got any. Maybe we got lucky. All right, we got issues. Oh, so this is the other thing. I'm always this is a perfect example of the thing that I don't like. So yeah, because I name the remember in the past streams I've complained about dragging and dropping shit in here. This is an perfect example because I renamed that shit. These have all broken. County game object, create army. Okay, so this one isn't used anymore. We actually don't even need that one anymore. That was back when we were doing that test thing. County game object can just get out of here. That was when we were manually putting where we wanted. What's this warning? Is it just that same thing? Yeah. That was when we were manually putting in the provinces. County list game object. I don't remember what this one is. Let's hope. Oh, wait. County panel. What is this county list one, though? Should have named it better. County list game object. World. Didn't put any comments on it. What the fuck am I using it with? I don't seem to be using it. County list game object doesn't exist in current context. What is this one then? Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is now. Okay, so that is the name of, man. I've never heard that quote. I took a programming class when I was 18, and that's all of my, and I didn't even finish it. That is all of my official learning is from that. I think it was C, but sometimes I think it was C++. Was there ever a C+? This is the game object that all the counties are listed are under in the inspector. And so I don't know most like the lore. I'm gonna use the word lore behind development. And we need to rename this too. I remember that the guy had like quotes from IT professionals on his window, like they were like memes before memes existed, they're like happy faces and like quotes and about how dumb the users are in the IT world. And it's weird because I've actually encountered some of those quotes in real life being an IT guy. County panel name. Wonder what we're using that one. This is why I need, this teaches me to make better comments. That's a string. Where are we using this guy? County panel. Oh, okay. This is it is a panel. That's county panel is, wonder why I did it by, because we're using find. I gotcha. It is called, what are we finding here? County panel equals game objects. And what are we using? We're county panel for. Are we still using that county panel? Yes, this is the county info panel is what this should be called. This should be called county info. And this should be info. I guess we'll rename it for real. All right, shut up. Okay. I cannot rename this element. Why not? Because I commented it out. Info. And man, I don't know how long you've been programming. I don't know how long anybody's been programming in chat, but back in the day, I think it was called Code Warrior. That, like, this compared to Code Warrior, like how bare bones it was, 30 years ago. Like the fact that you would have to compile everything every time you made a change, the fact that it didn't tell you that anything was wrong, it is crazy. Like this seems like a breeze to my 30-year-old memory. All right, so we fixed that. County info panel name is called UI. No. It's called province panel, which we're going to rename that right now. That's why we did that. That's why we made that do that. And let's call it county info panel. Where we will be less confused. County info panel. I don't think we're gonna get to unit movement. I've like done like 12 things besides that. What is your problem? This doesn't say how many errors. What is? Let me clear this. Yeah, no, it is like, man. And when I how did I get? I think I pirated Code Warrior. I remember I had a book on it, and I think it was called Code Warrior. I think I pirated, which was like a much bigger ordeal back then. Like I think I had to like borrow discs from a friend, and I was so excited to use it. And I thought it was so cool, and I mean, I guess it was cool. It just was. It's just amazing how much of this has changed. I'm just kind of randomly clicking here and making things create. I guess we're done with that change. That's shocking me how few issues we had. So back to what we were doing before I got all excited about changing the name of something. All right, so we have it if it's the left button. We don't want select army. We want create army. We did that. Now we want to go to select army because we only can select our own because there only is our own right now. We'll do enemy ones later. And this is where we're going to do the timer. So if it's right clicked, I got to think this through here. If the army, all right, so we select the army and then we right click on a province and a timer comes up. And right now we don't care what province. We'll leave this debug thing in here. And we have so what was I doing? Oh, I was using select province. That's what I was using, which is now called, oh man, we gotta rename this shit too. I was all excited. This needs to be renamed to county. And this needs to be renamed to county. You're supposed to plan this shit out ahead of time. Like I've been saying, I was about to say like I always say, like I've been saying in the last couple streams, plan your games out ahead of time. Don't do as I do. Do is. Do is something. Go away. Do as you're supposed to do. And that maybe that's so I am very into like doing things the correct, how the code's supposed to look. And I don't know. Hey, maybe you know. So in a list, so this is that class. It's no longer a list, I guess. Uh, some tutorials have you say in here put new whatever and then make it equal the real thing equals the new, but then other ones have like an underscore or some shit in front of it. And I always want my stuff to be like as readable as possible and also like the correct syntax. That's not the word I'm looking for, but because I just feel like it's easier if it's not, you know. So if anyone knows if there's with the real way, if you're supposed to put new here, if it doesn't really matter. Um, Anyway, so we were using select county for the right click. And so if county or if army is selected, it's a personal choice. I hate when they give me personal choices like that. Tell me exactly. I did do some Python. I used Godot a little bit. And, Godot or Python, you have less personal choices. Okay, so if the army is selected and we right click, so this is telling us this is on pointer click, right click on the county, it's going to trigger something else. And what we want is a new script for that. We don't want it all jammed in here. If you have a member ID and the constructor expects an ID param, you need a different name. Oh, is ID bad for name? Let's fix it. It doesn't really matter what it's not being used yet. I just have a feeling. County, whoops. Let's call it county ID. Call this county ID. County. In the old world, it used to be either underscore ID or PID. I mean, this one isn't, like I said, it's not important. It's just, I have a feeling I'm going to need an ID later. We're gonna need a new script though. I don't want the select province script to have a bunch of movement shit in it. So I'm gonna create a new script called army movement. I'm also a big fan of these giant, variable names that are like 50 characters long. Like, here we go. I just like them because I can read them later, and it's not like I'm not confused what they are. So I'm a fan of more variables than less, or more character names. All right, I don't like this shit up here. That's just a personal preference. Okay, so when we right click, so the army is selected because we have this selected county on right click. So if the army is selected, which we know, how are we triggering that? Is army selected at static? Are we turning that on when we select? This shouldn't be in here anymore. We should have, we'll leave it like that for now, but we should probably put that in the army list. So the armies are just as normal list. It isn't one of those weird dictionary things. You guys can see my Steam chat. Yes, Phil, I have. He can't hear me, but in fact, I should bring this up. And I cannot stand notifications, so I have to clear that. Okay, so oh Jesus. Okay, go away, Phil. No, I would tell him to come into the stream and ask. He asked about Stalker, if I've ever played Stalker, and yes, I've played a ton of Stalker. I love Stalker. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I'm looking forward to the new one. One of the guys who created Stalker Clears, there he is. Hey, Phil. One of the guys who helped create, one of the developers of Stalker Clears, guy really recently, like in the past week, died in Ukraine in the war there. Uh, no big deal, Phil. It doesn't bother me. I have a Steam friend named Thundercock, and so that's it. Always makes me laugh when I'm streaming and his name comes up. It's like Thundercock says hi. Um, so okay, we're gonna have the movement thing, and I was saying yes, I love Stalker. We got army movement open, or did it not open yet? Okay, here it is. We cleared that out. So we'll change. So when we'll change then the list. We'll add is it selected. I don't think we need that right now. Well, we have the possibility of two, so maybe we should do. Yeah, we'll add it to the list, the army list. This will be a bool, and I think I want it under. Yeah, right here is army selected. So I actually was gonna stream Gamma. Gamma's pretty good. The issue is that it doesn't run very well on my computer, and I fucked around. And if you haven't played Gamma, I highly recommend it. I fucked around with it probably for 4 hours of restarting, playing for a little bit, restarting, playing, trying to get the best. 4 hours might be a lot. 3 hours. It was like a day or two of me like saying, you know what, I'll give it another shot. And I couldn't get it to where I thought it would work well with me streaming. I just think my computer can't handle it. So it would just do like a freezing every once in a while. Make sure these go away. And it was and I it wasn't like unplayable, but it was definitely probably would have been pretty shitty to watch me stream it. So that's why I didn't stream it. Hard stutter. And it almost never, so it would happen during combat, but it almost never affected me during combat, if that makes sense. Like I would be shooting and stuff and it'd be like, oh, you're stuck for a second, and then I could still keep the flow of combat. So I was like, it was playable, but it wasn't. And I heard other people had a lot of issues with it, and they have a whole thing of how to oh, we're gonna have to figure out, we're gonna also have to get back what army is selected. So that's fine. We actually do that in the thing. But there's like go on their Discord. There's a huge thing on how to make it run better. And so, like I said, it was playable, but it wasn't. I don't think it was streamable. Oh, so maybe that came out because it didn't have that before. There was just other stuff. So because that guy, what is his name? What is the? I can't remember the guy's name is. Uh, but there's some guy the guy who created the Gamma thing. He is like really active. I don't know if you saw the look on my face before I started coughing, but I was like, can I finish drinking this, or am I going to spit this all over the place? I was I accomplished the finishing of drinking. Okay, so this is what we got to do here. We got to go back to the where we create the army, and we're going to rename the. So we're going to rename. Well, we don't have any armies because we haven't instantiated it. Currently, it just comes out as clone if we hit this. Oh, what's your problem? Oh, right. It needs. What did I just do? We want it to be no. False. False. Okay. Uh. Yeah, that's the that's the name of the army is fuckstick. I'm a pretty vulgar person, so I also like to leave myself notes like in the comments that are like, "Hey, you fucking idiot, when are you gonna fix this?" You know, it's all I'm talking to myself. So yeah, this is Fuckstick, the army of Fuckstick, and it has 10,000 somethings, somethings. So yeah, this is gonna see its name is Circle Clone. So we need to rename that. I think the easiest way. So when we instantiate it, I think we should just name it 1. I think that should be, or 0. We should go to 0. We should start at 0, and then we'll just count them down, or count them up. I mean, and that is under create army. So that's the game object right there. We don't need this anymore. We fixed that. I wrote a whole line, and then it dawned on me I can just put it in there. I don't like this, so I'm going to after. Oh, that isn't enough. There we go. Then after this, army list. Let's rename it ahead before we move it. We're also going to have to. Currently, it's just creating some. Let me think here. When we hit that button, I'm surprised this list didn't break. Yeah, we need it. We need to. Oh, you know what it's doing? Yeah, this is not going to work with our. That's why probably. So originally I had it so that you only can create one army, is because I didn't want to write this other part yet. But I think we need to do it anyways. We need this to be like a number of armies. We can have like a new private. Whoops. Number. This is gonna be int number. I think we might access this from other places, but I like to start everything out as private, and then if I need it later, and you know, for all I know, we won't need it at all. Number of armies. Current number of armies spawned by the player. Okay, so let's go back to world load and see how I did this. So armies, initiate the list of armies. Whoops. This is going to be. This is not a list. Array of province names. County names. And so this is, we have a new list that appears. So what do we ever, okay, then we add in this null one here, which actually shouldn't be here anymore. That was fine when we had no army names, or no, we just had one army, so that was fine. We all knew that was all temporary. We're going to, this is public static, right? Yeah. So when we create an army, we're going to, we got to do it before this because it's using that. This is going to equal 0 to start. This is going to be, and so the first one, so we need to have, we can't, sadly we can't, well, we could call it fuck stick 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. Fuck stick 0. we need to have it generate something. Null, and false is fine. Player is fine. Fuck stick. We should have this. Can we just put this? Can we just put plus? Will let me do that? It will let me do that. And then let's put times. That's not a times. Where's my times button? Um, let's just do this. Let's do this. I was trying to think. I want a number that's different so we can tell, so that things just look. Let's just put a random number, and I can't even random dot range. Can't even remember how to do a random number. So where would I be without the internet? Like literally useless. Yeah, random dot range. Let's say 1 to 1,000, which is 1,001 there, and that it doesn't like that ending. What do we got here? We got one of those that goes to here. Why don't you like this? And expects a what? What do you expect at the end there? I have two. One. Another one? I don't. It doesn't. I see one, two, one. Need three. Where's the? Where's the third? One, two. Oh, it's here. It's here. All right. So I had to add one. This one I saw, and then I didn't see this one. Oh, man, that's a lot of whatever these things are. Brackets? No, that bracket's the other thing. What is that? Brain barely works. Okay, so I think this will work, and this will be called fuckstick one. I have a little 1 or 0 at the end. So this will add so that it's getting initiated in the world load, and then it's going to, when you click the create button, it's going to add this, which will, the first time you run it, it's going to be empty. It'll add this. It'll just give you some random number down there between 1 and 1,000. This needs to be, number of armies, which should start out at 0. So the first one, which should be this, it should be this one, will get this object instantiated, and it's going to be there. And then it's going to move that, but we need to change the name of the object. So we can just change this, because I think it will make our life easier if we do that. Like, not for our human eyes, but for our computer eyes. Make that into a string. All right, so let's do this once and see what happens. Oh, I didn't want to actually max mine this time. I want to be able to see the inspector. It doesn't matter. We can get to the inspector if we need to. So we'll click. Actually, let's click on one that we can't. So this is these are we'll set these colors too by who owns what and stuff way later. Create army. You don't own this county. It annoys me I didn't put in a period at the end of that, but whatever. Create army. You don't own this county. What? Well. Okay, so that was the same one. I don't want collapse on. Okay, what is this thing called? Name of army 0. So that's actually where, let's hit create army again here. Let's go over to here. And then this one should be called want. We forgot it's a crucial step. It's okay. I don't want this to be focused for now. We forgot a crucial step, which was to change the add a number to number of armies here. I think we just do plus plus, right? There we go. No. No, that's right. I think I used plus plus the first time ever in the last stream. I was putting, you know, +1 in there. Basically, I didn't want to have it maximized like that. I just want to be able to see the console as I do stuff. Create an army in this place. Nope. We got that. It is named 0. Perfect. Create an army here. It is worth 1. Or it's not worth 1. It is 1. You know what, though? This is what's going on here. This isn't updating the. Let's fix that. This should be called fuckstick 1 and whatnot. Okay. So when we create it, I don't think getting any errors. We need to update the panel. Which I don't know what I'm clicking on here. Where are we updating that panel on the first? We should also rename this thing to Army Info Panel. That's under Select. So we have another bug somewhere else. We don't need this anymore. Oh, see, it's set to 0. Yeah, but fuckstick didn't get the thing on it. This should be set to. This, or actually, I guess I can just put name in there. That's the whole reason. Hey, it's like, I don't think it's 2 int. I think you gotta like parse it or some shit. I think you do. You like parse. I can't remember. Let me look it up. You can't do it. You can't do a 2-string at the end like on a 2-string. Change. Oh, it's triparse. Oh, the triparse. This was another thing. I was just using parse, and it was kept telling me like you should really be using triparse. int32. int.parse. int32.triparse returns a bool. You can use this return value to make decisions about the results of the parse attempt. So this is like another thing that, you know, like I'm very bad at, which is you should be like testing stuff more often as you're in your code. You know, currently, you know, we don't test anything. So if it breaks, it fucking breaks, and who knows if we even can tell it ever broke. But you're supposed to be like testing, and I think that's what like this try parse is for. We're not going to use that because what did it say? Int, because we don't care. I mean, we do care. Do we really have to do int32? int32.parse. How old is this? You know, it has 1,200 upvotes. It's pretty high for. I guess we got to do 32. Int 32 parse. What was the last part? Then it's in things. Yeah, I don't remember this. Int 30. Oh, did I have to do a capital? Capital I? No, what are they using? It is a capital I. I don't remember doing the 32 part. Keep clicking the wrong thing over here. Try to decide between freedom and duty. I was like, is that about triparse and stuff? I literally was like trying to, is this a thing I don't know about? You know, I just always go, I like to loner it up, and get eradicated or just kill people. You know, you've played the original Stalker, right? And you know the sequel's coming out sometime soon. In it 64, man, I used this like a ton in another one and another thing, but I don't want to load because Unity has such a chug so hard. Parse. I must be missing something with this part. I'm gonna move this over here so I can compare. Oh man, it is Stalker like the original Stalkers were so good. In it 32 parse. What is your problem? Does not exist in the current context. Do I need to add something in here? Use system. Okay. Well, fine. Fuck you then. 32, is that fine? I mean, we're not going to be getting this can be simplified. Init parse. Oh, I can just init. I vaguely remember doing it that way before. It's been a long time though. Yeah, the original one is like a top 10 game of mine. The only complaint, I know you know me, I got to complain about every video game ever. The only complaint I have is the late game, like the enemies are such bullet sponges. It's like out of control. You like unload 6 clips into a guy's head and he finally keels over. Wait, I think I overdid the nope, I did not overdo the Okay, so this is going to now it's going to parse the name, which is this is the reason why we changed the name earlier when we spawned the army, was so that we could just click on the name, which is what's happening. Left clicking here, it's going to give us the name, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever, and it's going to give us this information. So I'm surprised that I guess it was set to 0. Let's see what happens now if we can get some new fuckstick numbers in here. Hopefully. It's really hard. It's really hard, Phil. Especially Gamma is really hard too. The vanilla isn't that hard. What do we got here? Unit prefab circle. That's fine. What is your world map? 61. I think I just have like a typo in here or something. 61. Army. Oh, I renamed this. Yes. We're gonna call this Army Info Panel. And we're going to drag this Army Info Panel over once it's done. Gamma's like incredibly hard, dude. You got to well, you're a skilled player. Maybe you should just go into it and just you don't have to fight everybody. That's the key thing. I don't know if anyone else in chat has ever played Stalker, Gamma. I think my main yeah, this is the issue. Army panel name. Oh, I need to type this in here. I guess there was no reason to just not make this I don't know why I shouldn't. I just should have made this a game object. And in fact, let's just do it. I don't know if anyone else has. It is a game. No, it's here. Why did I do it that way? Because I'm a fucking idiot or what? I mean, there's no real point to making this. I mean, eventually, I guess we'll have to find it. We'll leave it there for now. Anyways, any advice for Phil and Stalker Gamma? Like, why did I do it that way? There must have been a method to this madness. Because I could just make it a game object and just drag those things over there, and we wouldn't need to find it or anything down here. Was it? I think this is the idea behind this. Am I using these in other places? I must be using these in other places. That has to be it. It's a weird temporary fix, though. I don't recommend. I don't like that fix. We'll have to fix. Even for a temporary fix. I don't like it. Okay, create army. We have an army has been created. It seems like when you create the army, this should change to the army panel, though, right? All right, fuckstick 0, size of 478. Oh, we don't own that. We don't own that. 431. Those are very fuckstick 1. Now, I want to update this thing. I want to update this typo here. Can't stand it. You don't own this county, so you can't spawn armies here. Man, we're taking our time tonight. It's like 4 hours in, and I'm barely. Well, at the beginning, it's easy. You just do stuff, and it's pretty cake. But each thing was exponentially grow. We're gonna have to be improving lists. We're gonna have to be doing all sorts of stuff. I think I am going to take a quick break, though. I don't know when I last took one. I try to only take a break once an hour. Change the name of the game object in Expector. And then we created that. This is still called create unit button. Let's change this create army. It's probably going to break that thing too. I do wish that Unity could like think between better. Let's fix this real quick, and then I'm going to take a quick break. This is in our county thing. Yeah. In like 2 weeks, I'm like, army? We don't want to use army. County? We're not using the word county. All right, so select. We still are good, I think. We don't have this doing anything yet. We also, so wait, what did I just say? It would probably be nice when you spawn the army. Yeah, okay, that's why. That's why that's set up this way. So when you're done spawning the army, well, let's put it down here. I think we should have, that's why it's set up that way. I should probably put army info panel, set active, true, and world map, county info panel. And I'm actually going to put a note above this because so I don't forget. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Let me throw out my break timer here. And I put up look, man, these things are, this is some, the province colors. This is some poor choices in color picks on my part. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So the next part I think we got to do is just the timer, the clock, and hopefully that won't be that long or that hard because we're. I think that's let's test. Let's always test. Let's make sure this thing goes away. I just want when you spawn an army, it pops up the army. I think that's the better way to do it. You know. I was patiently waiting for the game to start. My problem. Always patiently waiting for stuff. You got to do it. You learn in IT. All right, we're gonna create. Hmm. Oh, we gotta tell it. We gotta tell it to put that stuff there. We gotta go to create army. We'll convert this into like a real. You know, when we have real troops, we get it's just turning the panel on, but we're not telling it to do anything. So we have this UI panel, and I think I made So I made these static on purpose for this reason. So we want to go to back to create army. Before we turn this on, let's actually copy this. These are text fields. I guess we don't. We could use the well, whatever. We'll use the what was it? Army. We got to do UI army panel army name dot text equals. We want this. It's gonna be armies. Move object to. No, we got a bug right there too. This should be number of armies. We want number of armies equals. You know what? No, that's not gonna work. No, it will work. It will work. And then if we do another one, if we just keep hitting create, it should just keep updating that name. This is out of bounds. Move game object to army list. Oh, this is gonna be out of bounds. You're right. Hey, go back over here. Well, we'll fix it in a second. And then we're gonna just do this basically 3 times, but of the three different things, army owner, and actually owner should be on top. Dot text. How did you notice that so quick? You must be a professional. World. So that's what I was thinking originally. Number of armies will have there will be which will be out of bounds. let me put in this real quick. Owner, we want here. Whoops, not quotes or this wasn't out of bounds before because it should be. So the first one should be 0, and it adds all this in, and then it adds this up. Okay. I thought you meant so this wouldn't have worked though if this was up here because it would have added it over. UI army side. Whoops. So I can just do Control Z. I got to train myself to do Control Z more when I typo stuff. World armies, number of armies, dot size. Oh, this is to string. All right. You know, I'm gonna put this plus at the bottom. I like the. I think I want the number thing. I think I like at the bottom. You know, when it's counting up. And I'm gonna put a little note in here. Army info panel to have the army info from list, I guess. And one more time. And here we go. Okay, fuck 6 zeros got in the player, and then the amount, it's always like 400 though. The only bummer with that is that you can't just hit create army a bunch of times. I guess I just got lucky with a bunch of 400s. But I think when you're actually playing it, you'll want it to go to the army you just created. Let's pretend we're gonna do one here. All right, good. It should probably pop up as panel. Different way to do things, I think, would be to instantiate an army, then add it to the list to prevent constantly doing the array index, which is error prone. Isn't that aren't I adding it to the list after I instantiate it? Instantiate, then add it to the list. So after. So you're saying move this down after the instantiate? No, I have to. Oh. New army equals new army. So that's on this other. Game object. I don't understand. I'm missing a crucial point of what you're saying. Would be to instantiate the army, then add it to the list. It would prevent constantly doing the array indexing, which is error prone. So this isn't an array though. This is an actual list this time. But I think that probably doesn't matter with what you're saying. You keep indexing. Yes. So it's each time each time I click it, it adds up, you know, this becomes 1 or whatever. And it keeps pulling that down. Instantiate the army, then add it to the list. So this is instantiating and adding it to the list. New army. It's always the same, yes, up until it gets to here. But yeah, for the rest of it, it's here. So that's always gonna be the same. Are you saying like do a variable and put the variable in there? Because I've never understood why they do that. Like 90% of people put the variable, put like, you know, they'll put, so I mean, I'll just type it in here so that, so they'll say like, well, let's put it up here. Yeah, new army. Yeah, that works. New army equals this. No, not that. This I need to put var in front here. And then that, and then they replace all of these with new army. I don't know. I don't know why people do that. So is it more? It's more error prone to pull. That will work, right? Let me just double check here. Not that big long one. Let's do this one. Let's copy this. Comment out that. Put that there. Looks like I'm doing something crazy. And then do new army dot name. Like that is what you mean, right? So it's airport. If the compiler doesn't optimize, there's a lot of indirections. So like I said, I've never understood why is it more error prone? Like because it has to pull that every time? I just never understood why they did that. And so like every tutorial has they always start by doing like putting everything into variables at the top, and I don't. So the issue is that I can't remember what those variables are, so I like it longer. But if there's a reason not to do that, then I would do it the tutorial ways. I just never understood why they did that. If that makes sense, like plus other reason. All right, so there's somewhere I should read about something that it's like there's probably like a legitimate. I just never knew, and so I actually asked one of my friends. I said, "Why do people do that?" Because sometimes it will be like new army, and then it will be like this whole thing, and I'm like, why do they? Because then later it's just like new army, and I'm so confused. So if you're supposed to be legitimately putting that in there, for this whole thing, I just didn't know that. I was just like, I don't know why they do that. Um, there's no supposed, so you can do it anyway. Well, what's the best practice? That's the word. That's what our common practice or best practice. And Phil, to answer your question, you probably shouldn't have killed that monolith guy, but if you did, you have to repair each gun individually. So you keep like you can strip them of their parts. You strip them of their parts and just toss out the crappy stuff, or you can sell them. No, you can't sell them in Gamma, because like you just realized the number of armies, but it would have still been a bug. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. It wouldn't have been a bug no matter where I put this. Well, I guess if I put it above here, it would be a bug. But if I put, if it was still like right here, it wouldn't have mattered because new army isn't actually affected until create, or new army, yeah, isn't affected at all until I either it runs the create button again. I get what you're saying. Um, okay. So yeah, if that was, so that does make sense. So there is a reason to do it. I still don't like I said, it is like everywhere. It is shorter. My var new army's wrong. Equals new. Var new army equals new army. So var new army is wrong. So what I mean is var new army equals new army. I have that in the world thing though. That's up here. You're talking about this? Pass screen. Line 17. in line 14. So let's see. So on this one, in line 14 would be var new army equals new army. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna put this. Actually, we don't need to put this back. We can just get rid of this temporary. Actually, we can leave that there, I think. So you're saying like this. Whoops. Like this. Line 17. Well, let me put this back. Would be var new army equals new army. I don't understand. I'm still lost. So this new army, all your parameters from 17. Let me copy this. I got too many. I got too many of these things now. I think I got an extra one. We don't need this though. Like that. Oh, it depends who you started with, Phil. Maybe you started against Monolith, and then yeah, kill him on sight. I thought you went over to the thing off to the left, like where the doctor is or whatever. So var new army equals this. So now I gotta wrap my head around this. Okay, we don't want this here anymore though. But it doesn't have add in there. Should it have then? Oh, then line. Add new army. Map dot add. Oh, I'm missing something. Dot armies. Dot add. Okay, so number of armies doesn't matter at this point because no, it does matter. 33 and 24. Let's put this back in the bottom just because so it's not in the middle of our stuff here. 33. So we have the add, so that's going to add the list in. The new list, which in the first one is 0. Then below you reference the line in 33 and 24. But how does it know what number it is? So here, let's actually use a shorter one. Don't need to index. if you reference the object, but it doesn't know what number it is up here. I guess it does, because this is going to be 0. But then how does it know that it doesn't need the index? All right, so all right, let me think this through in my brain. I got a brain compile it. The weird shit you think about when you're okay. So this is gonna create a new army. So the first time it runs through, it's gonna create a new army. Uh, that's 0. New army 0 with this information. Sorry, the variable is gonna have this. No, it's gonna create a new army with. Wait, so then do you even need this over in world map load? You can do it either way. It was just a more common way to convert some errors in your number or the error you hit before. This has to be somewhere, right? This initializing the army. Where we create army. Okay, so let's say that does. I'm still have to like wrap my brain around it. Okay, so the new army equals this information, which is a list of army, and then it's going to add this new information to a thing, but it's going to know it's 0 because it's the first one it added, and then it's going to, we're going to put new army here, and it already knows it's 0 because it was just added in there. It's an instance. Well, but I don't. Do we want it to be an? So I want everyone to be accessing this. Everyone, all the scripts to be accessing the same list. All right, so it's the same thing. So what? Let me think here. So if I put new art, well, wait, put this back. I gotta make sure I can always put everything back after I'm messing with it, just in case. So new army here, and new army is actually an okay name for it. Not dot game object equals. I got a fucking comment thing in here, but we can get rid of that. Look at, okay, you're doing the exact, okay, hold one sec. Look at line 17 that is commented out. Right, so that's adding in just a shorter version. And so it already is getting the number. So I never needed the number. The number isn't needed at all. When I say number, I mean this number of armies isn't needed at all. It doesn't even matter. That's not needed because it's just being created. As it's being created, it's already getting the number. Is that I think that's right, right? Let's pretend. So I don't think I currently need it somewhere else. Let's just comment this out and see what happens. It will give us some error. Oh yeah, no. World map does not came. Well, these could be the ones we're. Yeah, this is the one. So let's go back. No, we need this. No, this needs. You might have been talking about something else. There's like that lag makes it sometimes confusing. So you don't even need the adding a number because it's when you add in the list, it automatically gives it the new number. It's just gonna create the number. So I'm gonna put this back to what do we got here? So we don't need this crap. We just do need new. Well, you know what? I'm gonna comment it again. Yeah, I'm gonna change all of these to that. I was just kind of trying to like mentally. And I think New Army is a good name for this. And I do understand here what you're saying. Now, it took a while for like it to get around to what. And oh, I guess that is everything. There was more going on there. So let's pretend we were just gonna not use the world thing because we're not using well, we're using that, but we're not using the world. Can we just say here? It's called. Oh, it's not called armies though. How do we do that? Armies. Whoops. I guess I can't. Oh, right down over here. Yeah. Guess I have to keep this. I was trying to see what would happen if I tried to make this in here. Yeah, this. I was trying to recreate this without accessing world. Like what, just locally. I was curious. Okay, yeah, we don't need this here anymore either. Let's just comment this out, comment this. So the reason why I leave all of like my old code in there for like a couple of days, and then when I go back and I say, what the fuck is this shit? And then I just delete it. But sometimes I go back and I go, oh yeah, I don't like it this way or whatever, you know. Owner. And name. And size to string. Man, you'd cry if you saw my other code. It's like a whole page of just this stuff, of just like world load and stuff. They're different names of file and things. All right, let's test this out. Make something read only. What do you got here? We don't need this at all. This can just go away. We don't need to make you read only. Oh, we are using it here. Actually, I guess we do need it there. I mean, it's just. Oh, we do need it there, I guess. Actually, could we, is there a way? Yeah, that's gonna say we could, there's gotta be a way for this. Yeah, we just get rid of we'll just use the count thing, yeah. Armies. World. Map. Load. And same with this one, we can get rid of this. So here's a question for you, Foo. So this all makes sense to me, but so this is what I see a lot of. So they'll have like inside of a function, usually it will have like 10 variables and it will be every single item. So like it would just have it would have another variable that would be called, army count. And an army count would be this. And then it would have another one that'd be like army random range and it would be this. And then so when you look at the actual code, it's just like a bunch of really short, it's just a bunch of variables that you have to reference it at the top. And that's the part that to me is most confusing is you're looking at the code way down here and they have all these variables at the top. And then you get way down at the bottom and you're like, what is all this garbage? You know what I mean? And they're and so that's one of the questions I always have is like, are you supposed to be trying to like turn them into everything that you possibly can? Like this random range definitely would be a variable in most tutorials. Like it would be called, random range right here. Are you supposed to be trying to like not like I understand that it's short. Like this is kind of hard to read. Maybe we should do counties, world map counties, and then put this up here because it is based on the selected province stuff. But there's a point where I feel like there's like I wish I had an example. Luckily, like so I like to complain about tutorials a lot, even though I do appreciate the people who do them. Luckily, last time I ran into a tutorial. I could point out what I was talking about. Um, Next time I'll put a note somewhere and I'll put it in the code like this tutorial right here that just like 1,000. Uh, Actually, sometimes I have them in Stack Overflow too. So I guess it's less tutorial. Those are tutorials. All right, let's test this shit out. Maybe. Is it going? It's going. It's thinking. I was curious how many frames I lost recently. And actually, so last time I streamed, Unity was having all sorts of issues. That still looks so good. All right, we're here. We can do this. Create army. 888. We're lucky. 1. So we lost our fuck sticks though, but I think I might have that might have been my fault. Like I might have just copied over that. I think I did. 2. All right, let's see. Let's fix that. Plus. Why does it like that this way? I should have left that on. Did we get any bugs? No. Let's do it again. Great army. Army's name should be name. It actually should be 0 though, I think. Are we using count? No, we are using count. So count's fine. So that should be 1. Wonder why it's not putting in that other part though. 1. There's another way around that. Plus. And it wasn't doing that before. No, it wasn't doing that before. I was like, wait, was it doing before? I don't think it was. So we got fuck stick there. the minute you mention the name, the name has come up like 50 times. I'm gonna do something here. I'm just gonna cut this temporary and leave it on the clipboard. I just want to put a 1 there and see what happens. If we get fuck stick there, I think there's something else that I'm missing, but we'll see here. I just want to double check. I'm a big fan of like quick tests and debug log. Okay, so what is going on here? Put this back. So we know it's not that. Name equals army count to string. So that's fine. We want this so it's down here. I'm just applying the wrong thing. Army size, army name should be what do we got? Null, false, owner, name, 29. Oh, we don't need this then. It's already being applied. It does. We don't need that anymore. I don't know. Why was that? Oh, this is why. It's not that we don't need it. We need, there's a missing part to this thing here. I don't know if is that considered a typo when you miss a whole? the whole thing. We're missing where game object needs to be renamed. That's what it is. We want the game object to be 1 to whatever. We didn't want the name of the thing. So that was and we can actually check this over here. I just didn't think to check it. This isn't going where I want it to go either. So that's we don't have any armies. So that that would be the reason. Fuckstick 0, and it's called 1, which we probably should make that match just so there's less confusion. I can just imagine, like a year from now being like, why is this 1 and the other thing is 0? So let's make that match. Can we do... Is there a way to get... We could put an ID in there, but is there a way to get the, like... We can just subtract 1 as well. Like the number of the index? I mean, the laziest way would be... Let's see here. Just subtract 1 from it, but let's see. Get list index number? Is it called an index? I don't want to do that. Find an index. Is it called? I don't think it's called an index. I don't know my terminology. Get list. I'm just going to say number and see what it brings me. Get no. Find if it enter. No. I guess we'll just subtract 1. I mean, that's the easiest shit to do. Off by 1 again. Well, so we're using count. We don't want the count. We want the... let's go back to this. All right, let's see here. We don't want the count here. We want the game object's name to be... Whoops. Just happened. Turned my sound off on accident. Line 14. Well, we want the count on that one. We want that one to be... that one's right because it's 0, and we want it to be 0. But this one we want it to... We don't want the count because we want it to be... We're renaming the game object. Line 19. So we need to put this higher? Don't we need this? No, that has to be above it. World Army count. So this one is right. This is 0, but we want this one to be 0 as well. 29. It'd be 1 more. Yeah, so we want that one to be 0. So we can just subtract 1, but I was trying to get away without putting subtraction in there. Because there's got to be a way to do it without. Let's see. Common way, subtract 1. That's my question was, is there... It seems like there should be a way to get the index of... Or I don't know if it's... I don't know if that's the correct term. I don't know if index is the correct... What is the number that is, in the parentheses? Constant count equals... No, well, this one's right, though. This one's right. It's this one that we want. We don't want it to be 1 additional one. So when I'm saying the number in the parentheses, I mean, like normally in a list, you got whatever, Army 5. This number is the one I'm like, it seems like you should be able to get that without, because count's always going to be one more than that. There has to be a way to get that number. If you want them to be the same, all right, above 14. Man, I feel like that Discord thing comes up too frequently. Constant arm. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you would just, it's the same thing. It's just another variable um, where you count it at the beginning and then it goes through. I got what you're saying. You could just call it count. You know, it doesn't even matter. I guess the army count is better, or army number. But then we're back to having this other like number of armies variable. I mean, I could just put a -1. It's only used that one place. I guess it doesn't really matter. I feel like though that long term that's going to kind of screw things because like I said, like a year from now, this is my thinking posture. A year from now, I'm going to wonder why that is. So this could be. It's just so many. There's really no way to get that number, whatever number that is, out of there. Like, what happens if, like, I guess it. Trying to think of an example of when you would need that besides this very simple. And then a 19 as well. I think it's clear future reading. Hmm. Yeah, because this is getting once that's added. All right, so let's do this. Let's do var army number, and then just make that world count, and then just change this to army number. That I had a typo in there. I have a typo here. Army number. And then this would be the same thing because it's going to be a 0. $29. Yeah, so we got that one. 19. You can move the add on 19 down below. Oh, you could. Well, no, you can't because it's being assigned. That game object's being assigned to that thing. Hmm. I mean, I guess you can move it down. New arm. No. Doesn't it have to be up here? It has to be before we start adding this stuff. Like this one. This way this way is fun. The ad can go anywhere in this block. It won't change anything. All right. I would prefer to put it at the very top. It seems weird to me to have it in the middle, but I can't put it at the very top because it has to be below this. I mean, obviously this looks really weird because there's a bunch of comments. It's all it's going to shrink. All right, let's test this shit out. Testing's always the least fun part. Yeah, I don't like tech. So right now it's not that bad. It's later when the testing starts happening and you're like, oh, all right, I did this, and then you notice some weird little thing off to the side, and you're like, oh, what is that? When did that break? All right, here we go. Create army. Click it though. Fuck stick 0, which is what we want. Let's make sure. Yeah, so this is 0. I really think we want this to match. I just know my own brain and wondering later, like, you know, what happened to 0 or whatever. All right, so let's go back to here. Create army. We got 1, we got 1. We can click on here as many times as we want. They're just stacking up. That's fine. That's everything we want. All right, what is it, midnight? I still haven't even got to the move part. This has been like a learning and other things thing today. I should probably, yeah, I need to change that Discord thing from popping up so quick frequently too. I should probably call it a night though. All right, so since I am calling it a night, I'm gonna push this to army movement. Let's see. We will put. What did we do? We added a couple of counties, not provinces. Fixed the dictionary list. I know this is like, I like to put like everything I did, even though you're probably supposed to put something more succinct or short. We also, we kind of did like a bunch of little shit. A bunch of little shit and fixed create army. There we go. Good enough. Commit everything. Oh, shit. I like to close this first. Sometimes, you know, even if you have the right unity, ignore in there, it still gives you some weird... Yeah, see, like, this has changed. I like to close unity first. All right, so that is it for me. Thank you, fooblaz, whatever, for the help. It's nice to get some feedback and learning. Whoops. And we checked out the ChatGPT. Like, I don't know. I was much less impressed tonight than I was yesterday or the day before yesterday, whatever day I was fucking with it. I know that it is outdated, but I was like the first day I was fucking with it. Like, it had so many good. Oh, well, now I'm not logged in anymore. It does boot you out pretty regularly. It had so many like really close. Oh, can I get back in? You know, like it just had some good stuff. Like this, obviously was. It made me laugh. Dino mounts wasn't that good. I don't know. I guess maybe I was more impressed at the beginning, but I'm losing in how impressed I am. Move game object. This was the way this worked. This was almost the same as our code that we wrote the other day. I don't know, but yeah, I'll probably actually still continue to use it like as a. It's easier to ask it than it is to ask Google, and then do Googling to back up because I don't feel like this is 100%. I don't feel like it's 80% right. Like it's close, but it gets you on the right path, and it has explained. I've learned stuff from it, but you know, it's better to have chat help me. Anyways, that's it for me tonight. Thank you for joining me. I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye.